Okay, so today I'm going to be watching American Horror Story Season 1, Episode 1, and it is called Murder House is the name of the episode. And so I'm not even going to bother finishing that movie. I was watching the autopsy of Jane Doe. I didn't realize the whole movie would be just the autopsy. So regardless whether it's good or not, it's highly rated. I just didn't care. After like 40, 50 minutes, I almost never do that too, where I just stop in the middle. It's one thing if I stop in the middle of a series, and then I can always come back to it, but I rarely stop in the middle of a movie, but I just wasn't enjoying it. I can always finish it later on, but whatever. So we're going to watch this. This is my first time ever seeing it. I don't know anything about it, really. Obviously, I'm assuming it's an anthology horror series, kind of like most of them are, right? Whenever there's a horror TV show, it's typically not one organized plot. I guess like that Lovecraft Country was going to be like that, but it wasn't very good. Even the first episode was bad, but just it seems more common or maybe easier to make them in an anthology sense, where the episodes don't really relate to each other directly. They're just more like one-off little stories of, like The Twilight Zone or like Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Each episode tells its own story about its own little gimmick or supernatural element or something like that. But again, they overall don't have a base connection to each other. There's not one overarching narrative. That would be almost my preference. I don't mind that. Because then even if one episode's bad, it's like, okay, the next one's not going to carry over. That's how The Twilight Zone is, in fact, exactly, where, one episode will be great and then a lot of them will be mediocre, but they're all judged on their own, right? There might be the narration that Rod Sterling has to sort of give a thematic resonance to each of them, that they're all sort of teaching a lesson of some kind, but again, it's just not the same normal structure as most other TV shows. I guess sort of police procedural shows are like that too, but not exactly. Like they have the same main cast of characters, but like Monk or Psych or Mentalist or something like that. CSI, I'm sure, is like that. They'll have the same cast of characters with a different case every time, right? Like, a different murder they have to solve. But what's connecting them is the characters. So I guess what you could do with a series like this is you could have the same cast of characters trying to solve, like, kind of like Scooby-Doo or something, trying to solve paranormal or supernatural events. And so it's the same group, but every episode you go to a different location. Today we have to find out who killed who at this manor because it seems supernatural in nature, right? So like paranormal investigators, etc. could be a premise, but I don't think that's what this is about. Yeah, I don't know really much about it. My friend liked it at one point, him and his girlfriend, but I think that was like way back when it was more in the span of when it was present, like running like 2011 it had come out, right? So I'm assuming this is the first season. Sometimes these streaming services it even says pilot, so it must be. Sometimes these streaming services will miss out on certain things. Like if you go to watch What Would You Do, it's not going to start with the oldest one because you apparently can't find those anywhere. Right, it starts with season 6 or some random episodes here and there. So sometimes they don't get the complete rights to every single episode or whatever, or every season. So yeah, we'll watch this. This is the first episode. It's like 50 minutes long, Murder House. What's funny about the little synopsis, I didn't even read it, but it says starring Kim Kardashian as like the second person, right? It's like maybe she takes a guest cameo role in one of these episodes, right? But to say that as your top billing, you're already starting off on the wrong foot. I don't want to see that Kim Kardashian is in this shit, dude. Like, would she be the killer or the victim, I wonder? Everybody wants to see her be the victim because they hate her. But no, it's just, that's literally like the second top billing that you get. It's some actor's name, it's some other actress's name, right? Clara Dev, whatever, however you say her last name, starts with a D. But Kim Kardashian is right smack dab at the top. Even if she's in it, right? It's like, that's like listing How I Met Your Mother starring Jessica Simpson because she's a guest actress, on one of the episodes, but come on. You don't have to do that. It doesn't make it look good, and the point being that probably confirms the fact that either it means it's a recurring cast starring Kim Kardashian as one of the main actresses, or it means that it doesn't have a core recurring set of cast and it's going to be different people every time, and so therefore you get to see that she's just a cameo actress. That's probably what it would tell you, right, is that it's not going to have a main cast, otherwise it would list them before some random guest actors for one episode that you expect a celebrity like Kim Kardashian to be. But what's also good about these kind of series, I actually just saw the James Bond thing which was part of an anthology series, Climax, from 1953 or 54. So that was like all about plays and dramas and stuff. So every episode would be unrelated to each other, and it's just a different adaptation of some other work. And so that was the first time you ever see James Bond. But not only is it a good way to introduce stuff like that, right? Like if there's a horror novel that they want to adapt into one of these episodes that hasn't become a movie yet, it could help it, get exposure. And then like episode 6 of American Horror Story season 1 is an adaptation of this horror best-selling novel that has never been adapted to the screen, or maybe not even best-selling, but just some horror novel. And now, because of the popularity of that episode, off the back of that, you can help it springboard into a movie or something like that, right? That can be a good thing. But also with all of these series, whether it be Twilight Zone, whether it be Alfred Hitchcock Presents, whether it be The Climax, whether it be Saturday Night Live or something, you look at them all as a good way to rotate in and out talent, that you'll look at, wow, that was how this famous comedian got their first break, was on Saturday Night Live, or, all these different actors could get their first big break. So it's a good way to give exposure to people that way too, right? Like you'll be in that James Bond Climax episode, and then that'll help you springboard into other roles and a bigger career. So you'll look back on Twilight Zone and say, wow, a lot of these actors got their first big break, or it was a good stepping stone in their career for some big actor who came out later. I don't know off the top of my head who that would apply to, but there were a lot of big name actors in there, whether it's them just doing an episode once they're already established anyway, just because it's a good show, or whether it's, early in their career and it's helping to jumpstart their career, basically. So I do like it on that level, that it gives a lot of people a lot of breaks. And so that's the kind of thing you could do. Even if you're not a big name actor or actress, you can always get a role on a show like that, arguably, even as big as it might be, right? They'll sometimes take people who aren't super well known, either because they can't afford every single episode the biggest name A-list actor, or just out of preference, whatever, right? So there is a certain rotation of talent in any of these anthology type series, and I kind of want to see one that's like that, Climax. I was going to try to watch other episodes of that, but I guess I couldn't find them. The James Bond one was so easy to find just because it's James Bond, obviously, so it's well preserved. The first time on any sort of screen that you've seen, whether it be movie or TV, James Bond. But what I'm saying is I almost would want to watch like an anthology drama series instead of just an anthology horror series. It seems like a good setup premise, potentially. So it's a shame that you can't find Climax, actually. I might have to look up, actually. You know what, since we're not watching right now anyway, there must be a way to do it. Like, would there be any sort of... You'd have to find it, like, on some sort of tape form, recorded form. Like, how did that guy even preserve it? There's, like... if you find it like on YouTube or something, not that I watch it there, wink wink, because you're not supposed to or whatever, but like the first episode is deliberately not available because they made some error, right? So that's like lost media, where the first episode, there's a victim who's killed, and then they just get up and walk away, and that was aired actually on TV, and so that was a bad first impression for the pilot. And so what happens is they buried it and they never released it. But what about the rest of the show, right? That shouldn't be lost media. So I'd be interested to see where you can actually watch that. So I'll do a little research on that in a second, actually. And then I'll do my little ASMR eating thing, but then we'll actually start. So what else is there to consider? Like, I generally don't like horror as a genre in anything. Although maybe it works better in the format of something short, like those short horror films, or... that I was watching like on YouTube, or again like an anthology series like this. Even the Twilight Zone people might not think of as horror, right? But I mean, it kind of is, though. That's still the subject matter. Not that they're all scary, but a lot of them, it's hard to really say. Yeah, if it's not horror, then what is it? A lot of the episodes aren't like that because it's like a robot that plays baseball or something, right? But it's not, I don't know, everything is supernatural, but some of the plots are not exactly scary in nature. And what else? I could almost re-watch a series like that, or I should watch, like, I feel like I watched the whole Alfred Hitchcock Presents, but I don't really remember a lot of it, so any of these sort of older series I wouldn't mind watching. So let me look up a few of those things out of my curiosity, Not that I'm going to watch them now, but no, I have a certain craving to watch that climax series just because I want to see what other things they adapt and what other episodes they have, or I'll look up like other kind of sort of a drama anthology series, or you could do it with any genre too, like a drama romance anthology series. So like every episode is somebody picking up a different girl and getting married, or having some sort of, you might think it's silly, but it could actually work. Like, oh, this one's about a teen pregnancy, or this one's about somebody breaking up because they got cheated on. And you might think, oh, so what's the point of that? Almost like a soap opera, but they don't relate to the same cast of characters. They would just be different stories about love life, romance, troubles, whatever. One episode turns into a horror episode, like you meet somebody on Tinder and they're catfishing you and then they stalk you or something. So you have this ability to basically I don't know, it's just you can kind of bridge different genres with that. But yeah, generally I've only seen the anthology type of thing done more so in horror. It seems to be much more common that way. Okay, so now a little ASMR eating segment. Let me actually try to find out how to watch some of these. I looked up Climax. So Climax season 1 is at least on Amazon or something, Prime Video. And then Roku is showing like maybe all of them, but it's not really showing me once I click on it. So you have to go on Roku and add a channel like Movie Classics, Movie and TV. But I don't know if that means that you can choose to watch them at will. You would think. But I'm probably not going to watch it anyway. I just kind of want to know, not Turner Classic, FMC, free movie classics, but it's not free because you have to sign up to Roku or whatever. It should show you more in depth at the catalog of stuff. Add channel, but this is like on a fucking phone. Okay, I'm not really worried about it. Let's look up just out of curiosity. I think Twilight Zone was on, it's weird that like some voice activated thing doesn't keep fucking up when I'm doing them. Right, like by default they would just have some stupid feature like that. Okay, Twilight Zone, there was another one in 2019 to 2020, I didn't even know that, but then there was one like in the early 2000s or in the 90s or something, and then of course there was the movie, so 1959, so let me see where to watch this one. I think it was on Paramount, is where I had watched it actually before, but now it'll show me like all where to watch, but where to watch the wrong one. Pluto TV, I guess. Yeah, Paramount Plus is showing. Okay, so that one, yeah, that was a long time ago too, but I did that just like, I wanted to watch like one episode, I can't remember which one, only, but then you subscribe for the whole month to the service just to see that one episode. And then Alfred Hitchcock Presents could be a little harder to find, actually. That's saying on Roku, but I almost don't trust it because it's one of those things that'll just show it on there as an option, but then when you actually subscribe, you won't be able to watch it. Right, somehow, something else baited me like that, like, they'll have an entry for it, but oh no, we don't actually have it. Like Crunchyroll said they had Lane, and then I subscribe, and then, oh, we don't actually have it, but it's still listed on our fucking thing. The A-Team with Mr. T over here. Or you know what it'll be is they won't have every single one of it. Oh, it is sort of showing 7. Man, I didn't know they had this many episodes. I probably didn't watch the whole thing then. Season 7, and they have like 40 some odd episodes each. Holy shit, dude. Wow, this is actually a great thing if you like the Twilight Zone and you want another series like that. This will give you a lot of content there. I don't think it was necessarily as good, but again, it's on a case-by-case basis. This is unusual season lengths. Season 1 through, 3 has 39 episodes. Season 4 has 36. Then you have 47, 39, 47. So I remember the first episode very vividly, And there was another one where, like, you're stuck in a car the whole time and the guy's passed out, which I thought was kind of an interesting premise. He's, like, in his car, but he can kind of think, but he's sort of unable to move or something. But the first episode is, like, his wife or whatever says, this guy raped me, and then he goes takes revenge. But then she says it again at the end that, oh, somebody else did it. So she was obviously just, I don't even know what the implication is, but... So I don't get it. It even says online for free, but what do you have to do then? Let me pretend like I'm watching the first episode. But yeah, I remember that one very notably. That wasn't a bad thing, but it wasn't like, again, you can't think of it like everything has to be scary. It was just kind of an interesting twist. And maybe it don't have ads is the problem. That's weird. You can just actually watch this for free. So the ads will be what fuck up the timestamp element. I remember this music too. You see his face and he kind of walks on a portrait of himself. He's not quite the narrator that Rod Serling is, though. Suspense and mystery. To explain the endings, he's kind of sarcastic. What an original creative name. Or what's even the point of that? So they show just him talking for a second, and then... Or does he mean the title Crawl? Or was there actually supposed to be an ad there? He's trying to be all funny and cavalier about it. I forgot how much he is like that. This is maybe a series that a lot of people don't know about. Like, you all know Alfred Hitchcock, but this series is pretty long-lived. 7 seasons, more episodes than The Twilight Zone. She was the original Me Too movement, trust women, believe women. She gets raped or whatever, it says she gets raped, and then she accuses everybody she sees or something, and then he takes revenge, but it wasn't actually like that. You're getting some gratuitous body shots. I kind of just skipped ahead. So they're living in like a trailer or something. I don't fully get it. So she maybe is so traumatized that she thinks everybody did it, or I don't know what to... Maybe she didn't even get raped, but then I don't get what the point is. I can't really remember. I was just trying to do it to test whether there's an ad or not. And you might think, oh, it's fine because everybody would see the ad, but they might not always be the same length. It might not be the same one. That's like the cardinal sin of whatever. I'm not really seeing the ad, though. 9 minutes, 43 seconds. Now she's going to be all traumatized. But the neighbor should have witnessed something. Or she's got like the oven almost going to burn down the place. Yeah, I actually don't know. Let's see what his explanation is at the end. I can't remember it. It's like the boy who cried wolf. Is her name Elsa? She just overcooked something and then she got knocked out. He's holding like a flower. He's just doing it to cover up the fact that she cheated on you, I guess, but then she's like all traumatized. So the whole twist is just she says, oh, that person did it. Then he shows him. How come the neighbor didn't see it would be my whole thing. So I don't think I saw an ad for that one. Let me test this dot too. There's like 2 dots in the middle that would make you think there's an ad. I guess you could just use some kind of ad block. It's mainly just to preserve the timestamp. Otherwise, I wouldn't even mind. What, they're just going to come every day like that? Like they have that much time to spare? Yeah, it's weird. I guess the dots don't really represent ads. There's nothing. One time it will, and it'll fuck up the timestamp. It's not even that good of an episode, but it's predicated on the twist. Just don't make it Norman Bates Hotel. Then why can't you describe him? What are the chances you just see him on the street, though? Her acting is pretty good, though. She's, like, so traumatized and distant. Like, he's really hoping that she'll just see him just randomly on the street, like. I don't get it, though. Like, yeah, really, why would she do that? Just because she's so traumatized, or? How could you even tell? You're looking at him from the back. He doesn't even seem convinced. You didn't even see him from the front. He just goes, he kills him, and then it's just that simple. Like, he had this planned out that she would just randomly see him. This guy had the plan, but if you could do that, why couldn't you just have the cops catch him then? I mean, he wants revenge, sure, but you could have described him better. You really got to pay your fucking parking thing when you're about to kill somebody. It is a pretty interesting plot even without the twist, but he's just so willing to do this, though. Will he come, like, actually in the elevator? The red flag, though, is the fact that she sees him, like, from the back. So how would you even know it? Yeah, like, what was his master plan? Like, if he... How's he gonna go about it, though, even? He's just gonna knock and he's just gonna let him in? Or what, he didn't immediately lock his door? What the fuck? What if he locked his door? No scream or noise or anything, and you leave the door open even as you're doing it. Still a better horror movie than that fucking Autopsy of Jane Doe or something. Like, it's still a good plot. It's just, like, it's not the greatest for, like, the first episode pilot, but it's still interesting. And now she'll say, oh, it was somebody else. Because she's just so traumatized that she... doesn't know the difference, but she's kind of seeing him everywhere. Right, they'll go down the street a little bit and she'll say it again, basically, is the twist. I'm only ruining it because I've already seen it, right? And he would just get away with it because the cops are apparently incompetent. Or she keeps saying the same thing over and over. Yes, that would be nice, everything. She should have said it again, too. This is actually pretty good, though. Like, just the whole this is good, not just TV quality. Just the way it's shot and everything acted. So now, not only will you get caught, but you'll get caught for killing even the wrong person. Not only for taking it in one's hand, return, but isn't that the end? The intro and the outro are there just for like a second, right? He just comes in, says a few words, and then it's over. But no, it's like, I don't even fully get it. I'm more confused now than maybe the first time I saw it. I'm trying to understand, like, he took the law into his own hands to get revenge, but he doesn't even get revenge. That's the thing. So let me see. Revenge. Alfred. It's got to be some Wikipedia explanation or something. I actually don't even get it. But it won't even spoil it. It won't even tell me. A young couple named Mr. and Mrs. Span moved to some trailer park. Oh, look how this is written in, like, yellow text. Something terrible has happened. Yeah, he was even being snarky, saying he's going to give an explanation at the end, but he doesn't even really give it. His wife is attacked by an unknown assailant. Still suffering from a breakdown, she pinpoints the man who attacked her. So I guess you just have to call into account the fact that he later takes his wife for a drive in town, hoping she'll recognize it so he can kill him. And then, or what if it was the other person in the trailer park? Oh, that would be actually the great twist, but they don't, because she was looking at her kind of weird, like how she's showing off her body lounging in the chair. She was kind of looking at her in a weird way, so it'll be the twist that it was actually her. Vera Miles appeared in The Wrong Man and Psycho. She was cast in Vertigo, but dropped out due to pregnancy. It was remade. They were a pathetic couple. Nothing really adequately explains that. I guess you could say she's just so traumatized that she's just saying that. Hitchcock directs the first episode ever, Revenge. Revenge review. So give me the twist, though. Spoil the twist. Premise is simple, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. He's holding like a flower. Necessary gesture to morality, even if it does oversimplify the episode a bit. After all, Carl living with his conscience would be punishment enough. Doesn't ruin an otherwise enjoyable thing. He was caught, convicted, sentenced. Crime does not pay. Yeah, her name actually is Elsa. Ensure the Guardians don't get too upset with him. Isn't the highlight of his career, does illustrate just how diverse he was creatively. So he directed this episode, but probably a lot of them he didn't do, right? It's just using his namesake and he'll be whatever. Yeah, like why would you expect that to be the highlight of his career? I don't get it. It's just she's so traumatized that she, would have said that over and over. So it wasn't actually him. Well, not only did you kill the wrong guy, so you're going to get arrested, but then you also get arrested for not even killing the right thing. Let me actually see maybe if there's some YouTube comment geniuses who could do this, like if it's actually on YouTube. Alfred Hitchcock Presents. It seems like a lot of them are on YouTube, actually. I just want to see somebody actually explain it properly, and what better source to go to than YouTube comments that are never wrong. Quite a heavy subject matter, but I guess normally it would have to do with murder outright. Let's see, read these stupid YouTube comments slightly. Without a bruise, scratch, or blood, and her hair is perfect, beaten and badly hurt. And so what are you trying to say? She was faking the whole thing. But, like, why? I like you put parking lot meter before he entered the hotel, yeah. I just love Ralph Meeker, good actor. I didn't see this episode until the mid-70s. This was a powerful episode. The wife was traumatized by the violent text. She needed psychiatric hospitalization. Magnificent Hitchcock. So many good memories. The episode, one of the best. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't even really notice or think about myself. I guess I didn't know exactly how she was attacked, but like she didn't look very bruised or anything. Right, but no, that could be the twist that the neighbor actually somehow did it because she was looking at her all weird. Alright, whatever. I was just curious, like, where you would potentially find those. So let's say she started now. So when I go to upload these, I upload, like, a whole bunch of stuff together. And I don't even bother doing the timestamps now. So you would feel like, you would have to just kind of listen to what I'm saying, or I'll put a timestamp at least for the major thing, like, for the, whatever, the main point of what it is. So, Murder House, episode 1, we'll watch this in a second. I almost wanted to finish watching that Nostalgia Critic thing on Signs, because I was kind of giving my proper defense of it or whatever. Just in the spirit of watching Split. That's weird, we got like some sort of bugged out green screen at 0 seconds of this. But yeah, I don't know why I got so confused by that episode now, when I thought I originally understood it. Insert Frozen joke because of Elsa, insert, Me Too movement thing, insert Believe All Women, the original, whatever. But are we too... There's like 3 different theories to it, right? And none of them are really followed up on, even though he does give the outward, the thing at the end. He gives a closing, but he doesn't really explain it. He says the guy's going to get arrested, but it doesn't matter because that's not even the point, right? Whether he gets arrested or not, he'd be satisfied. But there's 3 layers to it. One, she didn't get attacked at all, and she's somehow making the whole thing up, which I don't get why she would do that. But that could be one because she wasn't bruised. There was no, sign that she was actually attacked. And so she's doing the whole thing just for attention, or she hit her head, or she was just going crazy and almost set the place on fire with the oven or something. But that's number 1. She just wasn't attacked and she made the whole thing up somehow. Because she wasn't hurt either. You couldn't see any physical signs. Number 2 is that it could be the woman next door who was looking at her all weird. And then number 3 could be the fact that it was actually just what you think it is. Like she keeps saying it's somebody else, so she's just kind of traumatized, so she's just saying the wrong person, but it really was somebody else. Right, so those are kind of the 3 theories. I guess it's the third one, just that she really was attacked despite the lack of physical evidence, the fact that she is just traumatized and saying whoever it is. I almost like the theory, though, that the neighbor had done something because, I don't know, I just saw that weird look and her behavior was a little bit odd. Let's start this in a second here. So we're starting American Horror Story. It's like 51 minutes, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or I always like to do it again because I don't trust the thing somehow. Language, sexual situations, violence. Okay, let me restart though. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. No. I always fake even myself out. Okay, we're starting in 3, 2, no. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. MA, language, sexual violence. What, does this episode have all 3? Like Fearless? Or FX logo? FX again. Why do we get a 2 in a row? Does that mean my timestamp was somehow fucked up? 1978, clanging, whistling. We are at exactly 27, 28, 29, 30, just so you No, for sure. In case of delays and stuff. So yeah, I just know the series was pretty well received. Sometimes these are a bit too quiet, though. We already got bullying. Little girl trying to be creepy. You're gonna die up there like the girl from The Exorcist. So she's being immediately creepy. Always exploiting children, whether as the victims in these stories or whether, just a general horror trope, or as the, creepy young girl or that, possessed girl or whatever the fuck. They're going in like a haunted house type thing and fucking it all up. See, this will at least be refreshing because every episode will be, I don't know, I guess 50 minutes is still pretty long. Maybe they won't all be that long, but at least they'll all be different. So even if you don't like it and you get bored, I just can't believe that movie was like that, all in one setting. What do you think you are, 12 Angry Men, where you can get away with that, but even then, right, that's just a different type of subject matter, too. Of course, this is going to have a lot of supernatural gimmicks and, cop-outs like, oh, what's the explanation? Oh, just something supernatural. It always spoils the sounds, though, with the subtitles, and I have to keep them on just because of it. There's like a dead dog that they totally didn't do it. Like if they announced it, oh, we went in there and vandalized and broke everything, but we totally didn't kill the dog. That's just one step too far. That's another horror trope, not only taking advantage of children as either the victims or somehow the possessed or whatever, but also dead dogs are very common, such as or at least attacking dogs. The Thing, Signs has 2 dead dogs. Something we just saw had a dead dog. The Autopsy of Jane Doe. It's always a good way to get somebody killed without killing a main character. So, just kill the dog or something so you can set off to the, it's still ominous and sets a bad tone that, the killer is here, but I think Michael Myers kills a dog in the first Halloween, but I don't exactly remember. Like, she's telling the dog, be quiet, and then he does, but he kind of whimpers. Yeah, that is such a cinema sin trope sort of thing where, how many horror movies kill dogs? Oh, what are you, a wuss? You can't deal with a little bad smell? Popping stops. Okay, they're using the noisemaker to try to a little bit too lay it on thick with that thing. But they're not going to kill them because they're just kids. You never see kids die in any of these things, although obviously you sometimes do. Or always like the fake false alarm. I was just playing a prank on you. Oh no, he's actually... Yeah, kids never die, by the way. Well, she did warn them. And who even is she exactly? That's why they call it the murder house. Today, this font is really weird. And she's like, he doesn't like blood. Like, who does like blood? Yeah, I don't need hormones. What am I, trying to do a sex change? Puberty blockers and hormones? Yeah, this is the real horror, just the fucking, getting hormones and all this shit rather than the actual house itself. Or did they, like, buy the house and they're moving in? Is that going to be what it is? Oh, look, she's already scared. Really? Oh, wow, this is like trying to play against the trope of stupid characters. She hears like one little sound. She immediately calls the fucking cops within 5 seconds. Come quickly, brings a knife. Like, she's trying to play against the stereotype of dumb characters in horror movies. Look at how quick she was. I was like, it's not a big deal. It could just be a rat. Even I wasn't alarmed by that. She hears one noise and she's like, fuck it, dude. That was the world record 911 reaction. Grab a knife. Best horror victim ever from the perspective of not being dumb, not waiting, not... Like, why is she so on edge, dude? Why are you playing the girl sound there? What does that have to do with him? So he was cheating on her with somebody probably in there, I guess? And she did actually stab him. Connie Britton. Dylan. Oh, these are just the actors. But again, every episode is going to have its own cast, I guess. Or they could always reuse them in different roles. Like Tessa Farmiga or something was her name. Is she related to Vera Farmiga? The queen of the bitch face. Resting bitch face. Vera Farmiga and Faye Dunaway was the original. Where they always just look like they're pissed and bitchy even if they're not doing anything. So what exactly happened with... Oh, I guess... So what happened with the whole cheating incident? I don't get it. Is this the same person? Or I didn't get a good look at him. Are they still mad about that? Or they got over it? But no, that was like a false alarm, but in a very creative way. That scene was iconic, actually. So they're moving into the house. Everybody's like so on alert that everything could be creepy. Right, they're already on edge from the beginning. They're not, like, naive. But that must have been after the restored. Like, they must have fixed it up after. Like the dog being killed and the boys being killed and stuff. You would think you would have heard about it in the news and stuff, though. Right, just the dark history of this place, or you would know it. Look it up online, you'll find the past. But no, that deserves to be clipped. That scene, I'll have my friend do it. Like, put a clip that says how every horror victim should behave right? And it's like she hears one sound, she calls the thing, and you have to realize that's like the beginning of the episode too, and the beginning of the show. So nothing has happened yet that would warrant that kind of reaction. The little kids died here, at least. At least she's being so open about it. Fuck. She was creeped out by, it's like that we're like the Addams Family, but now she's not creeped out, or she likes it. So where's that little girl that's saying you're gonna regret it? Is she grown up now? But is it really worth that? Because when will you get the value back? The fact that it's worth that much is only based on it not having those tragedies associated with it. So can you flip it then? Flip it for 4 times the price. But they won't buy it for the same reason, right? That you are haunted or whatever. What, the fact that you cheated on her and stabbed him? I don't fully understand if it's the same dude. I want to hear like some closure and angle on that, actually. Trying what? To get over the fact that I fucking stabbed you? Well, you bought a fucking house together. You better be committed now. Right? Those are the 2 big steps. Either you get pregnant or you buy a house or something. That feels like, is this the girl grown up now? The fucking... the chick who's like saying that creepy thing? Or this is just the same girl. Okay, everything just progresses so fast here. She's getting picked on at school. Or she's actually just looking out for them. That she said that, but she's right. Like she's actually trying to just genuinely warn them, but nobody ever listens, so then they end up actually just dying. Somehow she knows it. She's being sort of sus already. like she's the one who always kills everybody, but maybe. She's being just hella sus. No, I don't think children should be seeing that anyway. You're just a bit full of excuses. Like, if you really wanted to do it, you could have. Especially when you snuck in with the fucking little girl. But that's the girl all grown up. Somehow, I'm sensing the bad juju coming from you, actually. Not after you insulted it. That was a good red flag moment with this mom. Right, that she could be behind all this somehow. She's the one who kills everybody in here. She knows all the secret entrances, or at least she's saying that her daughter knows them. Adelaide, but no, she turns out to be the good person. She's not creepy. She's actually trying to help you. Right, if you go in there or you live there, you'll die. And she's right, and you don't listen. Adelaide did nothing wrong. You could maybe portray it in a more convincing way or explain yourself a little bit. She says you're gonna die, she doesn't elaborate, and she leaves, and that's it. Like, you just have to assume it for yourself how or why that's exactly going to happen. Some of these scenes I can't really see super well. It's some sort of apparatus that they have that you wouldn't be concerned by. The fact that they could have used it to kill themselves or whatever. But I couldn't even see. What is this song even? Is this one of the kids who survived that incident? Oh yeah, just get rid of all your blood then, and then all the badness will be gone, but... That's how I was born, but so do you use the fact that there's so much pain as an excuse to commit more pain, or... I like how the pace of this is very fast. Right, everything just happens so quickly, which is good. Maybe because they have to fit it into a 50-minute episode, but still, like, it's... A lot has happened, a lot of interesting characters introduced. Right, the neighbors were creepy as hell with the kennel and stuff. Not the best way to introduce yourself with your daughter sneaking in there, though, like that. Some of these moments I just can't see very well when it gets all dark, well, which is a common thing in horror stuff, but... What happened? It just faded to black and... Oh, it seemed like it almost froze. Oh yeah, she's anal about all that. Like, I don't like putting plastic... Like she said, I wouldn't even let my family drink from plastic. So she could be the culprit too. They're introducing a lot of, she's always she covered up the evidence, I cleaned the mess. Wait, why did she look like young there, and why? What? She's having he's having a fantasy about her for some reason. Maid fetish. What is this, dude? This dude's having fantasies about her. She didn't make the best introduction either, right? But non-consensual, just keep the housekeeper on. So she's going to turn out to be the killer. I should have to predict it like a detective movie. He's turned on because of the fantasy he's having. He's already having fantasies about another woman. Like, what do you mean, dude? He's imagining her as a younger girl. Oh, he's being a dick. Elitist victim blaming psychiatrist. Sometimes that can be a side effect. Macabre funeral, like they aren't all that way. Yeah, let's bond over this macabre story too that we're telling. There's a lot of dialogue. Or her dad's a psychiatrist. I sometimes can't tell the characters from one another. Like, this is sometimes visually hard for me to do. Right, so I might not know who is who or something. Yeah, now he'll show exactly why you should stay away from him. This is what you get when you try to see clients inside your house, though, right? That's what he was trying to set up to do. There's like too many false alarms, but I kind of like it. Adelaide could be the creepy one doing something. It could be her mom. It could be the maid chick. This dude's got a major fucking maid fantasy. So it's a red flag in two senses. The fact that she said, oh, they come, they go, but I'm always here. So she's the one who could be behind it all. And this dude is fucking jacking it. Everybody just reacts so fast. Like, they're always on edge about everything. Which maybe now makes sense because you're in this creepy house, but... So the wife is all concerned about again, she doesn't want to put plastic in her body or drink from a plastic bottle and stuff. Well, that's a good characterization there. What am I doing? Laughing. What was that? Like, two creepy kids came up behind her, too. Everybody who occupies this house. She's not really scary at all in this form, though. So she's blaming the twins. Some of the lines are like... like some of the lines, what the kid was saying in therapy was creepy. What the mom was saying before, oh, she'll always find a way in. What the maid said was creepy. Like, the maid said, oh, I'm always here. The people come and go, like, even when they die. This dude's down bad. This is what you call being down bad. Like, at least if she actually looked like this, I wouldn't mind it as much. But she's an old fucking crone. What? You're fucking desperate, dude. You're fucking down bad. Down bad for an old crone maid. This guy's imagination is really driving him wild, though. Wait, what the hell is happening? I didn't even catch it. Oh, this is like at school. This glare kind of fucks it up. Even in a scene like this where it's not that dark. Oh, I shouldn't even look at the timestamp, but we're almost actually finished with the episode, so something has to happen here. We'll just see the twist. Oh, good. This is a good dialogue, actually. Yeah, you come up with God just to... Not thinking is a good answer. Wear a maid outfit, too. He likes old, though. Even the maid is old. This guy's desperate for anything. So you have, give him a little, quickie, though. Just, something else. But you bought a house together. You got a stab wound thing at least out of it. Oh, he did that after? As if you shouldn't do that, like you want some special credit. Like you shouldn't comfort somebody in a miscarriage. Yeah, maybe this wasn't the best circumstance to buy a... He's jealous of a dog. He knows it better than you. My whole thing is just you shouldn't have bought a house under this circumstance where your relationship is this rocky. At least jerk him off a little bit, even if you don't have sex. You're losing you, but you fuck a little girl. Yeah, don't use their wife's miscarriage as a reason for cheating on her. That's fucking stupid, dude. Or you have a fight and then turn that into sex. The classic history of violence moment where they're on the staircase and they're fighting and then they have sex. Not just like you're getting an argument, but you get in a physical fight and that somehow turns into foreplay sex. So this might go on for multiple episodes because I think it's almost over and nothing's happened. Like, maybe it will follow some of these paths for a while. It might still be anthology, but not... I guess that explains his down bad syndrome a little bit, though they haven't had sex in a year. But there are other ways to still satisfy the thing. Yeah, she called 911 like she was scared of everything. But that was like in a flashback moment, right? That was before. Yeah, this guy has waited his whole life for this moment to use his creepy nature as a way to fuck with somebody, scare them. Giving me Scream vibes, ghost face. But no, it might be that each of these things go on for a couple episodes because they've developed so many characters and everything. Did you actually have sex, or did you just... This is like the Michael Myers moment where he comes in with the thing over his head, the sheet, right, and then he's about to do whatever. Yeah, wouldn't she get kind of having fantasies too and be down bad? A year is a long time. I almost wouldn't believe that you wouldn't be at least jerking yourself off or whatever, cheating, having sex with somebody else. And this is how the episode will end. What is this, girls, where they're so obsessed with sex all the time? But obviously, episode starts with sex, episode ends with sex. He's just down bad for all the fucking older chicks. Well, I can understand that. Yeah, see, at least he had the right idea there. Not that I'm encouraging it. Having sex with the 21-year-old schoolgirl or whatever. Maybe they say she's 21 just to, like her patient, I mean, just to make it seem more like legal age. But, you know, at least then he wasn't down bad for older chicks. She's already being sus. How did you set all this shit up, Evan? Or it's gonna be like an actual monster. We're seeing some actual fantastical images, but they could just be somehow set up by him, or... How are you doing all that? I don't get it. It's also something, but like, how would you even explain it? Like, how the fuck was he doing all that shit? Right, even if the house is haunted, it just happened incidentally by chance, which is like a horror trope, or maybe he set it up somehow. I don't know how, though. That scene really made no sense so far, because there hasn't been anything like too supernatural yet. Unless you thought like he dressed up like that, but I like the pacing of the series though. Oh, this was the guy looking at her weirdly from the laundry. Even in LA. Shoplifting isn't, but I like how he says that. Yeah, LA doesn't have any laws anymore. killed them all, but what's your point? So you're going to blame the house for you being crazy and killing your family. Yeah, that seems kind of stupid, though, like where you're seeing all this kind of crazy stuff, right, scaring the girl, but what actually was it? What were you trying to do to scare her, and what actually happened? Even if it was something supernatural, how would this random clown guy know how to have played with it? Like, wait, but it looks like you're burning down the house, so how is it in such good shape, then? We saw the 2 boys die at the beginning. We saw this guy now kill 3 people. Then we saw somebody else kill themselves. The homeowners. Right, so how many people need to die here? Everybody's just trying to help. Right, Adelaide's trying to warn you, this guy's trying to warn you. It's not going to resolve itself this quickly. Right, so this is why you shouldn't look at episode length. I'm assuming it's almost over. So there's no way we're going to get to a conclusion. And so what it means is there's so many sus people. Like, the sus character count is off the fucking charts. She's been here before and after. Everybody stays. Everybody goes except her. Kill you again? But that means she's like a zombie. No, but everybody's sus. The maid's sus. The mom next door is sus. Adelaide is sus. That guy is sus who was telling him the story. The crazy guy. Really, you want to bring that up right now? Oh, really? That's how you announce it? What, you have sex once in 1 year and you're batting 100 and you get pregnant from that? They literally had sex one fucking time. That's what you call passionate. You know, like, it was so passionate. October the 20th, he knew the exact date. So I don't get it. Like, there's going to have to be more of the same story. I kind of don't like that, but anyway, it wasn't bad. Murder House Episode 2, Home Invasion, is the next one. It clearly won't be that the whole series is just about this one family, or the whole season. Right, but it must just be, it'll be a couple episodes for each, which is fine. They covered a lot of ground. I can't say that they were stalling it or anything. So you have the crazy young kid who's in therapy. You have the crazy neighbor, mom, and the daughter, Adelaide. You have the crazy, the maid even seemed a little crazy. So it wasn't bad. I'll give it, like, actually probably a B or a C. The one scene I didn't really like was where they're trying to scare the girl, because it was too much just flash, jump scare type stuff that didn't really matter. Like, it didn't have any real substance to it. it was just like, you know, it's the first time we're like seeing something outright supernatural maybe, and it's not really, it should have been more clear. Like, it's still more clear what he's trying to do versus what is actually happening, right? Even if it's unintentional and taking advantage of the fact that they're trying to scare her anyway, right? It doesn't mean that, what do you call it? It's a classic sort of technique, right? You're trying to prank somebody, but then something happens for real, and then they can't tell the difference between the prank and what's actually happening. Like an actual killer stalking you, or an actual supernatural thing happening. Like, let me actually try to watch that scene maybe again, if I can even find it. You saw like some crazy faces, almost like a clown, creepy nurse killer, something like that. You saw some of his crazy teeth action and things like that. Like, I love the reaction of the other girl too. It's like, oh, I saw something, so I don't ever come here again, whatever, I don't want to see you again. But it's like, you were trying to scare her, and you did. What did you expect? But also, how would he just summon these demonic creatures from whatever? Like, even if he set that up, I kind of want to know how. How the fuck did you manage that? American Horror Story series. You may also like... It definitely wasn't bad, though. It's actually quite ambitious. It's covering a lot of ground. It's maybe abusing that technique a little bit with respect to... it's abusing the whole sus character thing. Every character is sus except for maybe the family themselves. But even... I just want to find that scene where he tries to scare her. Now they end up fighting, and then they have sex, and then they get pregnant, just like that. It's like your sperm have been waiting for this moment their whole life, for the last year, and, you know, the more you don't have sex, the more potent the sperm is going to be. So you bat 100 and guarantee that you get pregnant the next time you do. I think it was somewhere around here. So they have sex. I'm not always the best with character names and appearances because maybe of the circumstance that I'm watching it in, but whatever, we know what I'm talking about. It's kind of hard to skip ahead too, like there should be a little 30-second thing you can keep using. That's rule number 1 of not buying a house. Don't buy a house when you haven't had sex in a year, right? Maybe your relationship isn't in the best spot. Again, not to be together, but not to buy a house together. That kind of puts pressure, but maybe that's what you want to try to... People insist upon that too much. Like, I always criticize that as a general tendency. You kind of, like, force yourself to be in a relationship. Like, why? You know, have higher standards. Don't be desperate. Don't insist upon the same one. Don't defer to the nearness postulate. I actually don't know where it was now. I can't find that moment. It was somewhere around the end here. Like, I think what happens next is just the guy tells him about his killings, the triple murder. Oh yeah, here we go. This is it. You come here to try to scare her, you successfully scare her, and just... I like her storytelling, though, the whole, like, her knowledge of the lobster men and this and that, do some research. You turn off the lights, and then he sets up all this crazy shit where you can fuck with the lights, and then he's laughing. But this is all he was supposed to do. But then you see all this other crazy stuff, like a monster snarling. And then he, like, sort of pseudo-attacks her, I guess. Like, you wouldn't be able to see either. But some kind of creature there, which I almost don't even like that, because it's just... Isn't that what you were trying to do? No, I saw some alien clown monster, and therefore some zombie monster, and therefore I'm going to blame you for it. Yeah, that really wasn't scary at all either. It was just sort of a little unexpected, but that always shows you the supernatural element at work. Like, how are you going to explain that later in the next episode? Probably you just won't. Right, like, how did he set that shit up? Or, again, it's just some spirit in the house that's doing that anyway, but so what? It still didn't kill anybody. Yeah, that's the best sort of activity to do in a haunted house. Try to scare somebody. Let's make a TikTok out of it. Yeah, generally that was still pretty good, though. I like the episode. I'll give it like a B, just because it covers an insane amount of ground, and it abuses the one trope of every character being sus, right? Everybody seems weird, so like they could be the killer, right? So nobody seems normal or just, innocent. And then number two is they sort of overdo that, but it's still okay. There are a lot of characters that they're going through. But the one thing it does well is there's a pretty good pacing, good variety of environments. You're seeing the school, you're seeing other places, you're seeing good variety of characters. So it does cover a lot of ground, which is impressive for, again, only 50 minutes of a show. Better than can be said for a lot of these fucking movies. Okay, so today I'm going back to my old other recorder just because the other one's low on battery. In fact, this one's super low on battery, and this is like the Sony recorder, so this runs on actual batteries, like, AA, AAA, so I don't have them with me on hand, so fuck it. It might even die in the middle, so that's fine. But generally, I've been liking using the iPhone a little better because the quality at least seems a little better itself, just, you can still hear the background noise, but it doesn't feel as bad as this one. So what I feel like doing today, I watched American Horror Story episode 1 last time. It wasn't bad. Some of the little jump scares, stupid stuff at the end was kind of silly. But I like the pace of it and everything. But I don't know, I'm not going to commit to watching like just one thing right now. But what I had an urge to watch is like some sort of a relationship drama type thing. Whether it be like, almost what you would think of as a soap opera type genre. But sometimes sitcoms do that pretty well. So that's like the difference between Seinfeld, Friends, and How I Met Your Mother. Is that Seinfeld doesn't even try to do the relationship drama stuff. Friends does a good job, and I think How I Met Your Mother actually does a great job. So I've been watching some clips from that, and maybe that's what got me in the mood. Just like seeing Lily and Marshall fight, like when she goes to California, or when she wants to go to Italy and he took the job as a judge, right? All those kind of moments are kind of fun. I like those kind of dynamics, and somebody cheats on someone and they find out. Those can be pretty good if they're done the right way. You almost need Woody Allen out here. And then beyond that, there's a lot of negative stuff people say about Woody Allen, but just remember, he's one of the best screenwriters ever, right? An amazing writer, comedian, filmmaker. A lot of his movies were bad too, don't get me wrong, but he had a lot of great ones, and just, he could act actually pretty well. I got to see like Interiors again, some of his movies. I just do this totally on a whim. That's what this is. I'll just watch whatever the fuck. That's kind of what I want to watch right now, actually. It's been so long since I've seen it. Is it on Hulu, though? Because fucking nothing is on Hulu. I better just unsubscribe this month and go to something else. I don't like subscribing to two things in the same month, so I feel like I'm forced to just stick with it. But, like, yeah, Interiors is like a drama, and the characters trying to kill themselves, and a little darker subject matter than what Woody Allen typically does. But just with relationship drama, like I've been watching clips from How I Met Your Mother and stuff, and it actually does it pretty well. So that's one of my long-standing takes. Like, it's one of the best written series ever, even though, obviously, people don't like the ending, and I haven't even seen that part of it. Like, basically, just as soon as you met the mother is when I stopped. And that's almost when they should have stopped, too. Like, you don't need to show the whole season with Tracy and her dying and you going back to Robin. You could just do... It's not how I married your mother and how I flirted with her and hooked up and got her pregnant. It's how I met your mother. So it ends with the umbrella scene. That's almost how I'm treating it. Like an alternate fan ending that you can just watch it to your satisfaction. Only watch it until you're done. So like The Mentalist, I saw till season 3, right, originally. And then he kills Red John, or who you think is Red John. And then I was satisfied. That was a good ending. He'll go to jail, he'll deal with it, but he's happy because he took revenge. Everything was perfect. But then I watched like the first episode of season 4, and then I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm not, or maybe I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother watching the rest of it. But then a couple years later, I came back and finally watched seasons 4, 5, and 6, and then I stopped again after season 6, episode 8, because that's the end of that saga again, when he supposedly kills Red John for real this time. But no, it's like, there's all these like sort of instincts you can have. Like, you stop watching because you feel like that's good enough, and now they're just pushing it. Kind of like with Death Note, you could stop watching after the first season when Elle dies, and that's good enough. Anything that happens after that is fine. Like, you don't need all that. So yeah, I'm looking for some relationship drama type thing. One of the things that showed up was 500 Days of Summer, and of course, maybe I should go back to doing that. Like, where I did this alphabetical gauntlet idea of, that's how I started with 500 Days of Summer. I was doing this, like, not even recording it, just randomly. And so I start with, like, it was either Netflix or HBO Max or something, and I start in alphabetical order. So, of course, the first movie is one that starts with a number, right, before even the letter A. So 500 Days of Summer was the first thing, and it was actually pretty good. But no, this is, like, apparently some reality TV show that I'm going to look at, and it is supposed to be... I forgot what it's called even now, and now my screen's not working. It's called, like, something to do with, like, 90 Day Fiancé. And, of course, the reason why I don't like reality shows is because they're always not real, right? They're all super fake and staged and dumb. But let me go ahead and try to watch this. And this one doesn't have season 1. So I'm starting and watching season 2, episode 1. I always hate when that's the case, too. A series will be on a platform, but then it'll be like, oh yeah, subscribe to this platform for this series, but then it'll only have certain episodes or certain seasons, which is dumb. So now you'll just subscribe to another one for that, for the rest of it, or you'll have to basically you'll basically have to just accept the fact that it's not on there. So, like, What Would You Do is like that. I'll subscribe to Hulu for What Would You Do, even though all the episodes on here are limited, and there's only a few, and they're super recent, and you can't see from, like, season 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and even the ones you can't see, you can probably see on the ABC site for free, so there's all kind of problems with it. So we're starting 90 Day Fiancé, season 2, episode 1, in 3, 2, 1, no, it was delayed by a second. We're starting in 3, 2, 1, no, that's not working. It's starting in 3, 2, 1. Now, I can't. I just can't with this, man. You really, like, they seem to have made this to be as difficult to start as possible because, or at least while driving in this sort of context. Okay. It's just impossible. It's literally, you'll get in a fucking multi fucking accident car crash while trying to do this. I can't believe it. Okay. We would like to start in 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's the plane. So I don't know what exactly it is. Like, you try to be with somebody for... Are entering the fiancé visa. They have just 90 days to get married, so... Or they must leave the country. But that's like an incentive. So even if it's decent, they'll still do it. But, so you're prostituting yourself for a passport. But yeah, even if they're not really happy with you, they'll still do it just for the passport. Who needs a visa? Just walk across the Mexico border because fucking Joe Biden is president. I don't think I'm even going to enjoy this, but see, I suddenly have this urge. I wasn't going into it with that expectation, but then I said, okay, let's either watch a relationship drama or now I feel like watching Interiors, which is probably not on any streaming platform. Gave up everything in the Philippines. Well, what exactly did you have there that was so good then? If it was so good, then why did you leave? 0 minus 0 is still 0. And I'm not even picking on the Philippines. I'm just saying, like, if it was so good, then why come here? That's what I always hate when people say that. Oh, America's racist and this and that. Nobody's telling you or forcing you to come here. Like, if they show one of these backstories, it means they must be successful in the show. Like, they're not going to get eliminated for X amount of time, even though... Or you couldn't just be on your best behavior for 90 days. I'm like this guy, lazy, except I don't even work out. I don't go to the gym. But are these things sort of prearranged, or what exactly happens? This is the worst expectation, though, like long-distance relationship. This is like my expression. If pickup lines are enough to... What did I say? Like, if pickup lines work on you, then I don't want you. I don't want to be with you, because then that shows you how shallow it is, right? If all it takes to be with you is a pickup line, or if that works and is a component that impresses you, then it's going to be shallow. And by that same logic, then all it would take for somebody else to, get you, right, to take you away from me would be, oh, they would just use a pickup line on you too. Like, it's such a shallow basis. Why don't you just adhere to the nearness postulate instead? Like, this stupid ass, be friends first. Yeah, how long has it been that you would need to... What an incentive, though. This is almost as bad as like a prenup type situation where, oh, they marry you just for your money and they don't do a prenup. Let's normalize prenups as the standard. I'm so fucking bored right now. Like, I don't even want to watch this shit. Fuck this, dude. This is fucking boring. I don't care. Like, imagine that. I'm looking for like a sitcom equivalent. I'm looking for like a relationship drama that can live up to sitcoms. Like Friends is decent at times. Chandler and Monica arguing about baby fever and stuff like that, and Chandler's insecurities about relationships, and then How I Met Your Mother, like Robin and Ted, or it's more so, yeah, Robin and Ted and Lily and Marshall and stuff. Those kind of dynamics are what I want, but I don't know exactly. You'd have to watch like some sort of Lifetime series or some sort of, almost like a soap opera type thing is what I feel like. I should count the number of times that we have like some sort of encounter with either an ambulance or cops or something. That's happened a number of times in doing this. So let me, not that I'm involved with it, but just whatever, it's distracting and then I don't like to do that. So let me just pick sort of a series at random then. If interiors went on here, that'd be sick, but it's just not going to be. It's so hard to find shit. Like, it's a double-edged sword. Yes, you wouldn't have had these services before, so you would just have to watch it in some other way. But you also, are now split between so many of these, so it's kind of annoying. Let's see, Interiors by Woody Allen. I'll actually totally just rewatch and do a whole analysis. Let's see what we got here. It's very hard to type under this circumstance, too. Interior movie, but it's from 2014, so it's obviously not the right one. Although maybe that looks kind of interesting, too. The little poster art here almost reminds me of Vertigo a little bit. 1979, Amazon Prime Video, which sometimes is a bad thing. It says free, but then you gotta like sign up or something. But no, what it means sometimes is that you have to, I don't know, freebie with ads. I don't know. Let's just go, I'll pick any random, oh my god. I'll pick any random thing on Hulu. But no, that's the kind of writing style that I almost think of with How I Met Your Mother. It's like a Woody Allen-esque TV show, and some of his better writing examples at least. So let me go one more time and try to pick something. This battery is probably going to die by the time I even do this shit. So yeah, 500 Days of Summer. The Vow. Some of these are going to be like pretty... Let's just give it a chance, fuck it. We could do like watch each of these till I get bored. I don't even know what any of these are about or anything really. So let's just start this. So whenever it says the following is intended for mature audiences, that's not really where I start the timestamp, because it only shows it once. So let me go back to 0, and then when you hit start over, it's supposed to go to 0, but then sometimes it keeps letting you do it, and then you get this weird green screen thing. So we're starting The Vow in 3, 2, 1. Red light in the middle. And it turns into the Screen Gems logo. Is this really going to be a gem? Because it seems like it's going to be fucking dog shit, but I'll give it a chance. Spyglass Entertainment. You know what it makes me think of is Fatal Attraction is a good example. The movie with Michael Douglas and the girl who got an Oscar for it, Glenn Close. He got too close to Glenn Close, I guess you could say. The point is that you got to play it real like that. Like, it's psychologically believable, right? And then when the drama happens, it's satisfying because you're invested. So play it like it's a real thing. Channing Tatum. Or it gives away, like, Paige is her name. Or, yeah, even, like, 50-50 had a good romantic drama element where she cheats on him because he has cancer. Like, I'm the real victim in all this that I... You know. It said clicking tongue, but you didn't actually hear it. He's the one who's cleaning the fucking car, you dumb bitch, lazy cunt. Okay, I try not to use that word, but I try to put on the elitist victim blamer sort of thing. You're sitting in the car and you're saying your hands are freezing. Oh, they're already married. So something is already bad going to happen. They're going to cheat. They're going to break their vow. They're still in the honeymoon phase. My theory is that if Channing Tatum's in a movie, it probably wouldn't... Okay, that's just fucking stupid. So they get hit by a car, which was kind of unnecessary. The visibility of that was pretty good. What the fuck is this shit that I'm watching, bro? What is this, Mothman Prophecy fucking wannabe? Are you serious, bro? I don't want to laugh at this. The girl got killed outside the car, but like, are you fucking dumb? No, the way that Megan showed this sort of thing was a lot better. The fact that this truck just hit it for no reason when the visibility is very clear. Whereas the inspired by true events, when in Megan it's completely a whiteout, so it's understandable that a truck might hit you because they can't see shit either, and you're in the middle of the road going the wrong way. But here, it just wasn't as convincing. The way it looked was very clear, right? You shouldn't be able to see shit. Yes, try to have sex in a car in the middle of the road and get hit by a plow truck, and that'll define who you are. It's really the truck's fault, though. I'm not even going to victim blame there. Because even if they're stopped, you can clearly see they're stopped. The visibility wasn't that bad. And you just... Is this like when they met now? It's a flashback? But that kind of ruined it already, though. So they were already married at that. They were already married at that point, I suppose. This is their true story of how they met, and relationship stories are always fake. Now we know she's Paige just from the subtitles. This is what I love, though. You might think, oh, this is just a movie, but this is how dumb people actually are, that they... That's what you call nearness postulate. We're in the same general vicinity, so we have to do it. But no, it's like this sort of cultural expectation that, oh, the guy's got to ask out the girl or something, and you're just this reactionary whatever. I'm not going to say it's bad so far, but that scene was kind of comically shown. They're about to have sex in the car, and they get hit from... I mean, she wanted to get rammed from behind, but that's not she wanted to get rammed from behind, but that's not what she had in mind. She wanted to get rammed in her car, but this wasn't the kind of ramming that she had planned. What is the drama going to be, though, aside from the fact that she died? Like, it's something hard to explain exactly what I'm looking for. Something relationship drama, but it's not... I don't know. Or yeah, did you know that Romeo and Juliet was originally an episode of Chris Hansen? Because... she was like 13 or something, and he's like older, so it would have been that. Like, why are the parents objecting? They're so horrible. They're in love, but also the girl is like fucking 13 or something. it's like such a weird thing, the way that people perceive relationships, and I'm not even telling them what to do, but it's like, it's almost like I'm a sadist. I want to see people fight and get pissed at each other and see their relationships fall apart. That's what I'm looking for, relationship drama, right? I'm sadistically just laughing my ass off looking at their failures, but realistically, it's like, but like, what happens is that it's the fact that I'm somebody who's been in an open relationship before, and so I'm mocking all these single partner relationships and the trappings of it, because the conflict of contrivance, the idea that you create an expectation that you should be with one person only, and you're the one who's saying that and placing all this undue emphasis, but then when it falls apart, you wonder, what could have possibly happened? And what could have happened is the simple fact that your expectation is what's at fault, right? You expect that, it's going to be fine, but your inherent tendency is not in line with that. So it's your fault for creating that expectation. It's not a good standard to have. But hey, keep doing it when you know the nature of the process. What is the point of this fucking movie, dude? I'm not going in with a negative attitude. I'm just kind of confused by some of this shit. There's going to be all flashbacks to show their vow to each other, but or what? Do you already have kids or something? Who are all these people? Move in, he was trying to say. Move in with these two fucking nerds. We're probably up all night on Ventrilo playing WoW or some shit. Oh, look at that. I love the part where they say, this is the vow that we're making to each other. But that progressed pretty quickly. It was like they're one day away from their honeymoon, and they get in a car crash. It's some sort of story that they have with the menu. I don't get it. Fiercely, huh? Just don't vow to fiercely do it in the car because you'll get her killed. It's only partly your fault, though. I'm only partly victim blaming. Right, because that truck was sort of out of line. It looked like it had enough distance. It looked like the visibility was good enough. Unless you get hit by a car when we're about to have sex. Why does this guy look like a magician or some shit, the priest or whatever? Or they're doing it like sort of unofficially. Because they can't afford maybe a proper wedding, so they just went to a venue that they weren't supposed to be at, I guess. Okay, now they've made the vow, so what's going to happen the rest of the time? He's going to fight against his lust and impulses to be with somebody else, I guess. I didn't know Channing Tatum would be in it. I just chose it totally at random, but there's certain stereotypes to do with him that maybe it's not going to be the best. I'd rather be watching The Exorcism on the fucking table, the thing at One Piece. One of the best animes ever made that I've never seen. Involving some pirates with fucking superpowers. Yeah, because nothing bad ever happens when you two are about to have sex. This is a consent issue. She's yelling no and screaming, but oh no, she means it in a playful way that, oh, she really does stop it, she says, but it means that she wants you to continue. You just say that because you want to have sex with her. Love blinds you. So you got to be able to be objective too, though. That's actually one from real life, personal, anecdotal experience. That was one thing I liked in my relationship with somebody I was with for a while, is that, and we're still friends now, so this is partly the same thing. Like, we would be very harshly honest with each other at times, and even be, I don't know, it's like sort of tough love, where you're critical and you know it's coming from a good place with a good intention. So you could be very harsh and we wouldn't get offended. Right, so we sort of both played into that, and it was a good dynamic, and we still sort of have that dynamic. Okay, they're gonna keep showing the hospital beds. We get it, dude. She actually doesn't look too bad, though, in that state. Oh, so is she not dead, though? She went through the fucking window. Till death do us part was the vow, but we don't. She didn't die, so it's fine. It's not okay. That would freak me out. Why am I in the hospital? Why was I in the car accident? No, you didn't hit your head. You were already just that stupid that you would sit there and get hit by a car and try to have sex. That's just the role play we do at night, that you're my doctor. Oh, that's what it's going to be, that he's going to forget. She's going to forget. You could have probably already said this if she's forgotten stuff. Or is this like the free fall thing where he's going to be like where she lost her memory and whatever. We just saw that where she forgot everything after trauma. They wouldn't take off your ring under like the circumstance of... She looks like too clean and too healthy though. It's erratic, so by definition it's not normal. That's an oxymoron. But just be patient for a little bit, dude. But now it gives you perfect permission to break your vow. At least she didn't die. Yeah, really deep analysis there, dude. What if you could never remember them? I just hope the battery on this shit doesn't run out on my recorder. I gotta remember to charge my phone and stuff. Yeah, this could be a good roleplay fantasy. Instead of you pretending to be my doctor, nursing me back to health, you could pretend to lose your memory and restart your relationship or something. Go back through the honeymoon phase. They probably canceled it because you're knocked out. How do you know about that, then? Why do you remember that you had a law degree or you alma? How do you know? I guess you just remember something selectively. Does she remember that she wanted to be a law student, not an artist? That guy's line was pretty funny. I was stunned she went for you in the first place. Watch until this movie makes me laugh, so I guess I can stop watching. That was a genuine laugh. I go for sometimes that dry delivery. I'm kind of like that too. You'll just say something very seriously that's a little bit snarky and sarcastic. Yeah, if you can seduce her once, you can do it again. You know what she likes and blah, blah, blah. And now she's pressured to be with you anyway. It's like an arranged marriage. This is such a gimmick, cliche thing, the memory loss. And even the way it happened was not very convincing. So maybe some cheating will occur. It's a donor's floor, so what does that mean? Do the donors pay for it, or do I? We're so glad, but you didn't invite me. Yeah, you probably should have told them. Has he never met the parents, or does he just not talk to them often? This is good. Yeah, let's fight about this. I want to see conflict. could be lying and gaslighting her, but really... And the parents are just being sort of slimy and taking advantage then. Are you and Jeremy going to get back together now? Just show the marriage certificate. Like, are you actually married, or did you just do that crock marriage with the thing? Oh yeah, like the show we were just watching for a green card. Do you need like some sort of proof? Like we have pictures, we have some text messages. Like why is she so skeptical that, oh, like I don't really care about you? Give them a chance at least. Like what kind of a weird behavior is this? You have to prove the fact that you were in love with him? Yeah, that was really, that really does it. I like his sincerity, but he seems almost a little desperate, and she seems kind of careless. Or they didn't approve of it or even know about it. I mean, he was in the accident with you, so you should sympathize with him a little bit, too. They got to relive their whole thing. I don't like her whole attitude there, though. She immediately doubts the whole thing. You need to prove it to me that we were in love. Like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Why would you take that attitude? Like, yes, you might not remember, but shouldn't you give it the benefit of the doubt? At least for a while, just assume it. Of what? Wait, what year is this even from? Because he's black. You voted because he's black. Just like people would vote for Hillary because she's a woman, right? Identity politics all the way. I hate to say it, it seems kind of dumb, and there's nothing wrong with him being black. It's just like, you know what I mean? That's literally all it is. Oh, we want the first black president. We want the first female president. this is probably sensory overload that she doesn't want. But I'd rather overwhelm you now. She's being kind of bitchy about the memory loss. Like, we get that you don't remember, but you don't have to be so, like, snarky about it. I guess we were close. They really have that many friends, or everybody's just trying to jump on the bandwagon, acting all nice, including the parents trying to take advantage of that fact. I wonder if the battery dies, will it like fuck up the recording or something? I'd rather it be Zooey Deschanel in this role, like in 500 Days of Summer. She does have a very ethereal look about her. She's a very apathetic person right now. Oh, here we go with a man I don't know. Stop saying that. I thought it would jog your memory. She's being really bitchy about it. Like, I get it, but... How are you supposed to know who you may or may not remember, or who you might, this actually isn't bad, but she's just being total bitch. I don't like her. I get that you don't remember, I get it's hard on you, but you can't see that. Give everybody the benefit of the doubt for a while, and then after 6 months say, okay, I don't know you, I don't love you anymore, right? But she's starting off with a man I don't know. What do you mean with a man you don't know? Like, what do you want, dude? A man you don't remember, at least say it like that. Yeah, can I see you naked yet? Not me as the viewer, I mean, like, when would you be comfortable with that? You have to re-seduce her again? Your mother who you didn't talk to in forever? I mean, we saw from the beginning how it was. Right before the accident, they were so in love and so happy. And so basically, or did they already have sex? It gives you permission to just be a total bitch, I guess, about it. I almost sympathize with the guy, though. She is being, like, unnecessarily bitchy about it. You have to prove that we were in love. You have to prove that... He's being genuinely, like, if I'm going to rate their characters, he's being nice and supportive, she's being, You look a little bit like Zooey Deschanel. You're Channing Tatum. You're supposed to be a meathead who just looks good and... both have a studio, that means. Go sculpt some shit. You might not be getting any head, but you're gonna... You normally give me a blowjob after you cook me my breakfast. You can manipulate her a little bit. You don't eat meat except for my meat every day without question. We used to do this role play where you would be my maid and do everything for me, right? You could fuck around with that memory like, you know, if she believes you, she'll go along with it. You used to love that. Yeah, should you give a kiss goodbye? She is really pissing me off, actually. I don't like her. I don't like her. You don't act like this when you... No. Like, memory loss can excuse certain things, but what do you want the guy to do? Like, what do you want? I don't get it. Like, okay, just go live by yourself then and fuck everybody. Right, like, what do you want from the guy? Everybody knows about the whole thing. Now he's gonna cheat on her with this girl because she's like pushing him away. You just got here. What do you mean you'll head home? Maybe she just really is bitchy like this, but she was only nice around him because they were in love or whatever. But it wasn't like a real marriage, so where's the marriage certificate and stuff? No, but if somebody asked to prove it, she's cringing at herself. I like this. In all your forms, even the memory loss bitch version we see here. I promise never to forget, even though you forgot. Bro is literally Channing Tatum and he's getting ghosted by his fucking ex, fiance, whatever, wife. But didn't you see the part where it wasn't a real marriage, where you were just running away from each other? Or running away from the venue that you illicitly shared together? Now she won't like it. Or he's right there. But now she's not going to be at home or something. This actually isn't bad. I don't mind the dynamics. it's a little exploitative in formula, but man, her bitchiness really just triggers me though. Fuck you, bitch. Stop being such a bitch. She's not even doing anything, but just, you're pissing me off with your whole behavior. If you don't like him, like, what do you, I don't know. Her whole behavior at the beginning was so annoying. Like, I don't even know you. Like, I get that you don't know me because you don't remember, but what do you want me to do then? Like, okay, I'll just leave you alone then. Goodbye. Let's just get a divorce. Like, I guess I get that you got to ease your way into it, but like, what do you want him to do? What is she doing? What happened? Like, she feels all lost. I don't like the parents taking advantage of this either. If she really, assuming that Channing Tatum's telling the truth, and he's not going to turn out to be a twist supervillain, you, and I love this. I guess the mom thing, you're gonna give special treatment, but like, you're immediately warming up to your parents who you hated before, but you're being all bitchy and distant with your husband who you were all close with before. You see how it's reversed? Like, you're sure about your parents who you didn't talk to, who you didn't like, and you're not sure about your husband who you were in love with. But no, I don't like the parents taking advantage of that. Like, you weren't talking to us, but now we're going to act like everything's okay and normal and try to make it up to you. Or you remember all this so perfectly. He's being a little cold too. So she remembers everything about like her younger life when she was trying to get a law degree and all this stuff about her house. So anything more recent. So she remembers all this so vividly, so it's just recent memory, I guess, that she lost. But the parents are a little affluent, I suppose. But no, I thought her usual that she normally gets, she wouldn't like at the cafe thing. So it's really a rivalry. They're manipulating her memory, like the parents are trying to turn her against the husband because they don't like him or approve of him. The husband is trying to turn her against the parents. So it's not so much about cheating with another person. That's a typical conflict. It's more so the parents versus the thing, which I actually like. This is really not bad. Of course, they don't know this because they haven't met, I guess, because they didn't talk already. Yeah, go tell Taylor Swift or somebody, oh, just do it on your computer. But no, even her response there, okay, we'll stop right around here. But what I don't like is she's acting like, oh, I did? Like, can't you just be supportive? Like, what do you think he's lying about it? Like, really, what is, she's like a basket case, actually. Forget about the whole memory thing. Like, Paige actually told me to turn into a business, something that a supportive wife might naturally do. But I did, and she's acting all confused and shocked and like acting like he's lying about everything. Why would he lie? Why would he make it up? Why would you not be supportive and say, oh yeah, I must have. Okay, that sounds cool. That sounds just like me. She is honestly displaying the C-word behavior that we haven't seen in something, I guess, since Marnie from Girls, where she displayed some absolute C behavior. So my battery actually didn't die, so everything's good. Okay, so yesterday I was watching The Vow, the Channing Tatum movie, and I guess I have just some negative stereotype about him, just whatever. He's one of those pretty boy actors who's considered like, you know, even what Robert Pattinson was like for Twilight, like, oh, he's just attractive, so whatever, like, it'll be like a girl flick that people watch just to see him, or whatever. But it actually wasn't bad. I'd be interested to see. This is how I should watch them without seeing reviews for them. I don't know whether it's really a highly reviewed movie, but it's actually at least decent, right? Where I was sort of just craving some relationship drama, but the main drama here is just with the wife being a bitch. You know, I get that she lost her memory, she's been through a lot, but instead of just antagonizing everybody right away, or the husband, right, she's taking sides with the family and the parents who she hadn't talked to, and the husband is getting left out in the cold, maybe because it's like partially that she remembers only stuff from when she was younger, like about wanting to be a law student and about her family and family friends and stuff like that, but she doesn't remember anything about the husband, so that's not really fair to him, right? How can you just act like that? Like, she said some really bitchy, almost C-word relative things, right? I try not to use the C-word much, but she's displayed some real C behavior, and that is to say that basically she keeps saying things in like this weird sense that she's taking it literally, like, I'm with a man I don't even know. Like, at least say I'm with a man I don't remember, and at least give him a chance and give him some time. It's escalated very quickly where she's immediately just like, I don't want to spend time with my husband. I don't want to, you know, because I don't remember him, I'm going to treat him like he's just a stranger to me. Couldn't you at least try to do... I'm not saying you have to have sex with him or something, but just at least try. He's trying to be nice, he's trying to be helpful. So if I was to rate these characters, I get the memory loss thing. It's hard on him too, it's obviously harder on her, but I don't like her attitude because she keeps doing that. Like, even at the dinner table, this is like the scene we left off at, this is very strange behavior. She doesn't remember, we get it, we understand that you don't remember, but you have to remind me every 5 seconds that, oh, by the way, I don't remember that you were my husband, I totally don't remember. Like, shouldn't you at least want to give them a chance and, again, give it a couple months and then say, okay, fine, I want to get a divorce or something. But instead, she's just immediately being a total bitch, like, you know, he said, she's the one who made me start my recording studio. Unless you have some reason to believe that he's lying, which I really don't think he is, right, then, you know, she's like acting like he's lying. Oh, is it, like, she acts all confused and then says, oh, is that so? Like, kind of, I don't know what exactly she says, but she's almost like being dismissive of it, or almost questioning its credibility that he said, oh, she's the one who told me to start a business. Like, why is this the thing that you would do? I don't know. Her attitude makes me completely unsympathetic towards her, even though, yes, she lost her memory. But, like, let me think about it from, you know, think about it in your shoes. You lose your memory with somebody that you've been married to. Now, you don't know how much you've loved them and stuff, but why do they have to prove it to you? Right? You're married, you have the ring, you have the pictures. But no, at first she's like, let's give her like 3 strikes on the C behavior scale. Right? And you know what that C word is, if you, whatever. But again, I'm not going to use it, but I'm going to refer to it as a standard. These are the 3 strikes that she gets. At the beginning, right, she's like, I need you to prove it to me that we are in love and that we're actually married. Now, why would you need to do that? You have pictures, you have the ring, you have something, you know. Why is that his job? Why are you doubting him so much? Right, like the nurses are saying, oh, that's your husband, or, why do you have to prove that I'm your husband? Like, that's such a stupid thing to do. But he indulges it and plays the recording that it was like a message from her, that they were in love, and she said like, oh, I sounded happy. So like, okay, that should give you benefit of the doubt, but you shouldn't have to prove that. So that's C, strike number one. Number two is when, she's sort of acting like, oh, with a man I don't even know, instead of that I just don't remember. So you're acting like, oh, you're a stranger. You're not giving him any, benefit of the doubt. So that's strike number two. Just her general language and behavior towards him is very dismissive. Like, he hasn't been very demanding. It's not like he's asking her to have sex or blow me or something like that. He's being very nice, very accommodating. So I have a hard time not taking Channing Tatum's side, despite whatever negative stereotypes I might have about him. I'm very, very confused by her behavior. There's a certain self-awareness. Like, we get that you lost your memory. We get that it's difficult for you. We get all that. We're trying to be supportive, meaning the husband. But yet somehow, some way, and the parents are very slimy, and she's letting them get away with it because, finds a message where she was saying, I don't want to talk to my parents or something. But she didn't talk to them before, and now they're trying to take advantage of the situation just because she was in a fatal, car accident type thing. Not a fatal one, but... So yeah, that strike one is the fact that she asked for proof from the message. Strike two is the fact that she is dismissive of him. And now strike three is, again, this whole sort of behavior, even with the family, taking sides with the family, even though you knew that you were the one who didn't. He said it very well, like, you're the one who chose to stop talking to your parents. You're the one who chose to be with me right before the memory. So you have to take responsibility for your own actions, even if you don't remember them, right? That's very unfair to just say, oh, well, I don't remember, so I guess I'm just going to totally ignore you and not care about you. And, I don't remember ignoring my family, so now I'm going to act like we're just best friends with my family and just deal with that. Like, there's going to be some red flag that happens now that reminds her why she maybe stayed away from the family in the first place. But the bigger point is that, this is strike three, how she's like not questioning the family, sort of poking fun at the whole recording studio thing that he does, and like being, again, totally dismissive. Like, I'm not going to vouch for this thing that my husband that I don't remember is saying, that, oh, I totally didn't tell him to start that, because that's not a thing that a supportive wife would do. So I'm going to totally just act totally oblivious and just kind of like, just act sort of stone-faced and confused, and then wait a few seconds and then say like, oh, is that so? Or like she's kind of not even sure. Like, it's so wrong. I don't know. I definitely don't sympathize with her behavior, though. Again, losing your memory is one thing. My whole thing would be, again, just give them a little bit of time. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't make him... Like, what is the standard? Like, what did he do that's wrong? I don't get it. Maybe the whole big party when she came home with all the friends who were concerned about her. That was maybe a mistake, but he apologized. But it's kind of like... you're not being very nice about this whole situation, that it's difficult on him too. He's trying to be nice. He's trying to be accommodating. This notion that, oh, if you lost your memory, you would make your partner sort of make them win you back, or make them, fall in love with you again. Like, why is that their responsibility? Why should they have to do that? Really, what if he says, fuck it, okay, I don't love you anymore because you've become a total bitch since you've lost your memory, so fuck that. You're not exactly the same as you were before either, so why is it a one-way street? Why do I have to, prove myself to you again or make you fall in love with me again? That seems very strange. Again, at least give them the benefit of the doubt of a few months or a certain amount of time. Again, don't jump into bed. You don't have to be all intimate, but at least... She's not even being civil. That's what I disagree with. You don't have to be intimate and in love, but just be decent. She's being like almost a dick. Like, you wouldn't even be this way to strangers, people you don't know. Even if you don't know him, you're acting like, somehow worse, right? Some sort of negative stereotype. So I find like he's just some sort of pretty boy that's just a boy toy for your amusement. Not that you should take him as a serious love partner, even though now she's realizing she's having Channing Tatum regret. Right, Channing Tatum remorse, like she's just, he's just this pretty boy and you fell for him, but then now you're regretting your decisions that you made in haste. But yeah, I don't think she has any credibility to do this, and he had the good line, like, these are your choices that you made, right, on your own, to not talk to your parents, to be with me, and so now you're going to act like, oh, you're somehow above it. Like, oh, no, now I do like my parents, and now I don't want to be with you anymore. It was a mistake. And you're going to use the fact that you lost your memory to do that. Like, that's so unfair to him. But the way, there's some sort of convenient plot writing to some extent, like, she lost her memories only from the recent time and not from when she was a kid and younger, so therefore it creates a bias that she has against him and towards the family because, she has the memories there to fall back on, but not with him. And so that's a little bit convenient, and that's kind of what they're laying on a bit thick, is that he has to, like, reprove himself to her again, that, they're trying to write it heavy-handed. Like, she's not being accommodating for a while, and then something happens. From the very beginning, she's being a bitch about it, and so it's, like, immediately setting the stage, like, he has to go above and beyond, out of his way, to try to earn her back and to make her love him again. And so it's, like, that's the whole premise, obviously, but they're maybe laying it on a bit thick, like, immediately that's what's trying to happen, is that, oh, let's try to see this guy win her back and try to prove his love again and go through all that again. So that's kind of the whole point, is that it is very one-sided, right, from the get-go. I guess I would have written it at least a little bit differently. Right, I would have made it where she's nice at the beginning, she's giving him the benefit of the doubt at the beginning, and then she starts to not really want to be intimate or something like that. That might have been more believable. It's still not bad, but it's just making her character seem completely just irredeemable. Like, I don't even care. Like, I hope they do break up because she's a bitch. I don't care about the memory loss. Like, she's totally a bitch. You don't have to be... Again, this is like the Marnie Michaels behavior from Girls. It's like when she says in episode 2 or something at the beginning, when I did use the C word in one of my rare uses of it, it's like, I almost came, I guess she says, right? They're having sex, and I almost had an orgasm. And the way she says it, like, don't get me wrong, I like Allison Williams, and I'm kind of into that in a role play sense, like her being such a bitch and talking shit to me and being all superior, right? But it's sort of like a BDSM type thing. However, the thing is that there's no way that, she's just being a bitch. That's just the reality. She's just being a bitch. Like, why do you have to say it like that? Why do you have to make it, oh my God, I almost came, or, oh, I almost had an orgasm this time. Like, what a bitch thing to say. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, I don't know. You're not satisfied with him, so just break up, which she's actually not satisfied, but still. I don't like this halfway sort of standard that people have. And isn't that a real indictment on your own judgment? Like, oh, it's your fault. You're the one who chose to be with them, so... I don't know. There's, like, this whole frivolity just in general where, like, you want to be chased or you want to be pursued in a certain way where it's like, you want to play hard to get and pretend like you don't really want to be with them, but then you do, and then it creates all kind of problems and confusion, and it's insincere, and it's sort of like, I don't know, you want to be sort of courted, and so the point is that it sets up sort of a duplicitous standard that you have to, like, try extra hard at the beginning, and then once you're with them, then you don't, and stuff like that, and it becomes very weird and ritualistic almost. Like, I don't know, it sets this precedent that, you can't just be genuine and sincere, and you get rewarded for being sort of duplicitous and whatever, trying too hard and this kind of thing. So yeah, we'll start this in a second here, so we should be able to watch the rest of it, I think. I might have to, I'll do a little bit in my ASMR eating portion, and then the rest of it after that. But no, I'm surprised to have actually enjoyed it to some degree. So I reserve the right to stop watching something if I don't like it. But, like that autopsy of Jane Doe, right? I just wasn't into it. I don't know where it was going exactly, exorcism type shit. It was staying on that scene for far too long. I'm not saying that's a hard rule that a movie can't stay in the same setting the whole time, but again, unless you're 12 Angry Men or something, it's very hard to stay on the same set, or unless you're the Truman Show, because even though you get plenty of environment variety, you're technically on the same set, quote unquote, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like, in the same room, right, like that stupid ass autopsy room that they're doing it in. I did not realize that would be what the whole movie is like. And there's like a big storm outside and shit. And everything is kind of like... everything is kind of along the perspective of... whatever. I don't know. I forgot what I was even saying. Yeah, this one isn't too bad. Again, like 500 Days of Summer was one of the last movies maybe I watched like this, which was a while ago. And it was actually decent. It had a lot of little creative moments and funny things, like with him getting over the breakup and whatever, switching around the days. So it was an interesting screenplay. And, good actors, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and obviously Zooey Deschanel, who has such an ethereal look about her that I always say, like, just... Some people are just sort of photogenic like that, right? Anya Taylor-Joy, Allison Williams, Zooey Deschanel, whatever. But she was like one of those Disney kids, I feel like. So maybe she had like a negative stereotype associated with her. That's why they couldn't have her in this movie, even though this girl looks maybe a little bit like her at times. It's just, you can't have two people with negative stereotypes. That Channing Tatum is just that hunk guy that's like all good looks and no brains or whatever. And then same thing with Zoe. Oh, she's just a Disney kid or something. And she was in, of all things to be in, she was in literally The Happening in 2008 with Mark Wahlberg. So that shows you right there something's wrong. Like, she's trying to break out into any role she can get. And she's working with Mark Wahlberg, Oscar nominee for The Departed in just 2006, 2 years ago. And then M. Night Shyamalan, this award-winning amazing director from The Sixth Sense and Signs and stuff. And then you turn it into... a disaster. But I don't even respect that. Like, we feel bad for them. You can look at the script and just see it's fucking dog shit, right? You don't need to... Maybe you think, he's holding the twist back, right? Like, he tricks everybody. Like, we don't want you to even know the twist until the movie's over. And that's the twist, that there is no twist, that nothing even happens. Turn the whole thing on its face. It made actually a decent amount of money, though, somehow. But no, it's like... The twist is that, nothing happens in The Happening. So that the name itself is a twist, right? The Happening, but nothing actually happens, so you can't call it that. Okay, so here, and I can't believe I'm saying it, but we're actually going to watch the second half of that Channing Tatum movie. And again, whatever negative preconceptions notwithstanding, that's fine. That at least shows you I'm objective, that I'm willing to see past that. But what I will say is that... I think where it's going to go and what I'll predict is the simple fact that I'll predict that ex that she was talking about, that she remembers being with, just like how she's being so cordial with a friend, right, that she knows from her childhood, that might be where it's going, and that's the more predictable path, right? But I do like this parents aspect, at least that they're showing early on. But the thing is that what you have is a simple situation to basically... consider the fact that you can consider the basic fact that it's probably going in that direction where it'll be that she remembers the one ex, so she'll still be, she'll end up cheating with him with them, right? Because she remembers the ex so well and everything like this. And so what ends up happening is the simple fact that she remembers the ex, and so therefore she's more likely to go with them, just like how she's showing affinity for the friend here from the childhood, and she's showing affinity for the family and the parents, even though she wasn't talking to them before. So the whole point is that they're sort of foreshadowing or building up to that, because they mentioned the friend who was... they're mentioning the friend who was basically able to... the boyfriend or ex-fiance, whoever it was, right, the boyfriend that she had before. So they're mentioning and alluding to that in a way that's a significant enough character, even though we haven't seen them yet, that's a significant enough character that's going to allow you to appreciate... I'm kind of driving in an annoying area, so it's kind of hard for me to do this right now. I was expecting to just start, but then I had to move. The point is ultimately the fact that you were in a position to basically have this play out in such a way that you knew that is going in that direction. That's my only point. That's what I'm assuming they're foreshadowing it'll get to. So now she'll meet the ex again, and all those feelings will be rekindled, because it's as if that was, it's as if that is just recently happened, because she remembers it. She's almost like regressing to a certain older state, in the sense that, you know, like she's being a kid again, or how she was when she was younger. She wants to be a law student. She wants to be with the ex-boyfriend probably. She wants to hang out with all these older friends. So all of this stuff is good to her, because she remembers that more vividly. It was a little bit unfair to Channing Tatum's poor character here, the fact that we get to obviously consider the way she's treating him and being so dismissive. So what we have to see in a second here, we'll start, and we always start from like some varying timestamp here, and a little ASMR eating session is fine to go along with it. One-on-one with President Biden is on here. Apparently they're gonna try to do damage control with some controlled interview after the debate disaster. I love the reaction to that too, because it's like, he was the same way before, like it's in 2020, so it didn't stop him from getting 81 million, so I don't know why people are all of a sudden now freaking out. Like, it was the same, it was just as bad then. So what was it even called now? I can't even find it. The Vow. So they made The Vow, and of course, they never expected this circumstance. But they said, till death do you part, not to... I actually thought she just died at the beginning, and then it would go in some other direction. Like, I thought it would almost be like, somehow it would be a case of meeting somebody else, but then trying to resist being with them, because you still, you know, you're not over your ex, so it's kind of overcoming that. Like, I made a vow, but I can't move on, and I don't want to be with you until I just never want to be with anybody, something like that, and it would somehow evolve from there. We could start at like an hour, we're actually at the wrong timestamp here. We're going to start at, well, first of all, my headphone's not even working, so I can't even start. Yeah, who would have thought I'd be watching this? But no, I should start doing it like this, but then sometimes you look up like highly rated movies or something like that. But the way you could look at it is, don't look up anything about it and just watch something totally at random, and then come to my own opinion before I know whether it's highly regarded or not. So maybe this got negative reviews, even though I don't think it did, but it might have gotten bad reviews, but I genuinely, at least through like the first half, I genuinely have sort of liked it. So there is something to that where, you know, you're not going in with any sort of preconceived notion. Like, even that autopsy of Jane Doe had like relatively positive reviews. That's why I saw it, like the highest rated horror movies on Hulu or something is like how I found it, the list. But then it's a case where obviously it's a case where you're not able to appreciate that, because it just wasn't very good, or at least, again, I'm judging it maybe too much by the first half, which I tend to not. I don't like to really encourage that. I don't want to judge it just by that, but it went on too long in the same setting, so I am judging it harshly, so I might not even bother finishing it. Like, imagine that. I'm finishing this, but I'm not finishing that. Or even like Books of Blood was not really that great. So we're looking at, it'll be some, this is him being like all passionate about music. So, but no, I don't like her attitude towards him. It's too dismissive. It's too much, like, not even giving you a chance. Like, what did you really want him to do? And if you didn't persist like this, you wouldn't come back to him later. So we're starting at 43:30 when he just said the word laptop. You can't get those sessions on your laptop, showing like his expertise of the whole thing and whatever. We're starting from 43:30 in 3, 2, 1. And they're all questioning his music thing, and everybody's looking at him blankly. wait, maybe I went too far. Because the scene wasn't about to end, was it? Okay, let me go back a little bit. He was talking about, or she was like not acknowledging the fact that she encouraged him to. I did. Okay, this is where we were. So let me start at like 42 instead. It'll always be like random numbers. I don't want to go back too far. Or the timestamp just kind of froze there. Okay, so the dad had just said that fortune jest, and then he stopped. So it's at 42 on the nose. So we're starting at 4200 in 3, 2, 1. Paige, welcome home. So this escalates pretty quickly. They start bashing his whole recording studio. So both his parents are dead, and only Paige is the only family he has now. And she looks always awkward and standoffish, like, I'm not even gonna indulge trying to be supportive of you, like. What was it before, if not a business? I did, like, she's so. Her acting is kind of a little questionable. Like, look at that. Look at that face. How she's, like, so awkward about it. I'm not going to be supportive of what I pushed you to do before and not take any credit for it. Like, I'm completely. She's being too standoffish. This is like just his obligatory scene of passion. Or this might be actually where it actually ends. Everybody's just like impressed. Wow. Who even is that girl? That's like her friend. Just wow. That's almost like a meme-worthy scene. Everybody just says wow, and it just ends like that. We like see that she remembers things so vividly here, and she's okay here, but she was upset. She was upset that you invited all these newer friends when you were at home, but she is all cordial with these because she remembers this. That's the X. I predicted exactly where it was going. Oh, here we go. They're laying on this. Page is writing a little bit too heavy. That's exactly what I predicted, actually. I didn't know it was going to happen this soon, but I guess we're just halfway through, though. Like, she's being so, oh my god, dismissive of everything he says, not wanting to take any connection to it. And then as soon as you see this guy, like, you don't see what's happening here a little bit? It's maybe a little bit too on the nose. That's the problem. Stepford wife. Yeah, he has a right to be upset about it. Like, I don't even mind. Yeah, maybe you should cheat on her with this girl at work. I guess you could say they're not on the same page. They haven't done anything yet, I don't think. She didn't want to see him naked. Really? Tickling is a kink? Like, what is that? Yeah, you know all her weaknesses and fetishes, so... That's always kind of a good foreplay thing, right? Like, you're with your partner and you don't want to just say your fetish, but you want them to kind of figure it out, or if you do, whatever. You want to suggest it in, like, a subtle way, I guess. Oh, yeah, and she probably lost her contract, too, with the whatever she was doing. Something or someone important. She's going to get fired or something for whatever. Not being there for so long. Even though it's not her fault. Or is this just the fiance? Okay, I thought she was going back to her place of work. She dumped him and she dumped her parents, basically, too. You changed, you started hating your parents or something. Oh, how perfect. She was completely different right when she lost her memory, like, from that point. Good, so he's already with somebody, so now there's no reason to be... But this is like a dirty thing to even do. Why are you even indulging this? Yeah, and like that's to suggest that she'd actually be into the possibility of... You know, she's actually... Like, what if he was single? Then you would actually indulge it and cheat on your husband? That... I don't know, dude. And then, like, she will cheat, and then... Look at that, so casually. So this has happened, but not your current husband. And now you're shutting your current husband out. But we saw at the beginning it was authentic. It's not like the husband currently is lying or, you know, embellishing. They were very happy. And everyone's kind of putting on a face now. Yeah, she gets no sympathy from me. I hope they don't even end up together. Like, it's completely disgusting. Why don't you make a timeline of the more recent events? Because that's what you have trouble remembering. lost years, so at least she's aware of what years she knows and doesn't, or something. So it was before she broke up with the other guy. Why don't you go back there, and that might rekindle it? So she still thought she was with the fiance. She still thought she was into law. She still thought... Or his delivery is kind of monotone a little bit, but probably just because he's so exhausted with the whole situation. Based on her reaction, she would kind of know. No, but she's already cheated. Again, it's one thing you don't remember, but you would go back to that guy's office. You would go kiss him like that. That has nothing to do with the memory loss. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do it like that on the spur of the moment either. I have zero respect for this character, actually. Yeah, I even thought too highly of her. I thought she was going back to her workplace, but instead she went to the guy's workplace to flirt with him. And you're also making him cheat, like he has a girlfriend too for a year. I love that. Use your memory loss as an excuse for cheating. At least be upfront. Just say, okay, let's break up, let's divorce, and then I'll do that. Or she kept the scrap thing because he was so trying to support her, but then she's like, oh, that's not even the work, that's just the scraps. You can see pretty clearly that it's nighttime from the window. Her expressions are so, stupid. I get that you don't remember, but why are you being so incredulous about everything? Yeah, that should be my title, though. These two just aren't on the same page. And by that, I mean not the ex-boyfriend and this guy, because they will be on the same page, because she'll totally do that. It's already happened, too. But no, I like the way... This actually isn't bad, because the tone always takes itself seriously. Okay, that he's kind of in the right. She's just a bitch. Just go get a divorce and let her have sex with that other stupid fiance. He's been very nice, very accommodating. Or no, now she's into that. When you yell at her, now she likes it. You were being too nice, right? This is the whole nice guy effect, right? If you're nice, they don't like you. You got to be a total dick, and then they'll love you. But the memory loss is kind of too convenient, right? How it cuts off at exactly that point. It's not a bad premise, it just feels kind of a little bit forced. Or she won't like it anymore. Better not be that guy, dude. Oh, that, okay. But it's not the right thing to do to be there for your husband. So she's going with the parents now. So my whole thought would be just like let her go and let her fuck with that guy. But the family that you hated and didn't talk to. Yeah, I mean, she was just immediately distant, though, and I get that's what the story's trying to set up, but it happened too fast. Now, all of a sudden, her memories will come back. You know what I would like better? Let's say her memories don't come back, but they still end up together, right? If it's just because of the memories, then it feels artificial. Everything except for recent stuff. Her old self, but yeah, her behavior was unnatural. I don't get it. You can't blame the brain injury or memory loss for that. Something's weird. Like, they're just trying to portray her as being so stiff from the beginning so that they can set up for this, but I would have maybe eased her into it. She was nice at first, and then some other trauma, like with the breakup or the parents or something. If you don't like it, do the mature thing and change it once you do that, but yeah, decide it after. She's basically a stupid bitch, regardless of anything. Degenerate. Right? We haven't seen any sign that he's cheating. Whenever I see a scene like this, it always reminds me of Boogie Nights for some reason. Just, Kanye. So he's pursuing her. That's the premise of the movie. I gotta make my wife fall in love with me again. it's trying a little bit too hard. That's what this is going to go down as the bad thing. But like, I get what the premise is trying to do, but it shouldn't be so one-sided, right? You shouldn't have to do this shit. So it's your fault. Don't. He said the wrong thing. Oh, I guess he has the experience of being married, so radio. Oh, he's always got a music reference. That's kind of a good written line. Somewhat it's a little forced, but or like it'll be some weird switcheroo now where he'll end up with his wife, Rose or whatever. Well, how many books could you have read since then? Or I guess, what was your favorite book at that time? She seems disinterested. This is what I don't... Like, it's not about whether she can't remember. She doesn't care. Why are you playing hard to get, like, in this situation? Or this is like the role play I was talking about and some other thing. Let's pretend like we're just meeting. Yeah, you should play hard to get yourself, but I mean, this is just typical bitch behavior. Even though I've already cheated on you. I just think this is utterly the most stupid behavior by her, though. Why don't you do, Okay, he's being all cute about it. But no, the point is that it's like I don't know, it's just so one-sided. Why should you have to do this shit? That could be the role play that you go for. Sure, he's a stalker. Once again, she doesn't show any reaction or jog her memories, but it could be that she's blocking it out because she doesn't want the trauma of whatever happened with her parents, whatever happened with the ex-boyfriend. It's just like, why should I even be rooting for this? You know, when she's such a bitch. Like, I just don't respect it. Whatever. I'm not even rooting against his intention to be with her, but I don't care. Like, it's probably better if you just don't end up together. She already cheated on you. She'll cheat on you again. She probably cheated on you even in the past when you were together. Yeah, this is like some naive perception of relationships. Like, oh, the guy has to do everything and the girl just is pretty and just whatever. And then not only do you have to do that, but you have to do it again now. Just because, oh, she gets in an accident that wasn't really your fault. I mean, it's kind of both of your fault. It's kind of the truck driver's fault behind you. I swear that scene was way too visible that it should have been more like a whiteout. So the first kiss, though, that we've seen since the memory loss. Would they go for a dive? But you have, what was she gonna say? I'm not horny. I'm not horny enough to make out or something. It's either her acting or her writing that's not very good compared to the rest of it, which is at least decent. So you don't want to see him have you take that shit off, but it's going to be off anyway, so what does that matter? Like, how does that make sense? Don't watch me take my clothes off, but then look at me when I have my clothes off. And they've seen each other, you know, you've already seen everything. Or the tickling is what ends up happening. Or yeah, look how strong he is. This big, strong, handsome hunk of a man. Channing Tatum over here. But she got in a mood all of a sudden, just happy and running and all this. Yeah, this guy's so unoriginal. He's reusing the same things he already did before, as if you wouldn't do that with every girl you meet anyway. Like, the false absolute of relationships. You have to pose to ward off the cognitive dissonance that you'd rather be with everybody at once or multiple people. So you try to pose this false absolute that, like, oh, you can be with them and only them, etc. Right, like, how do you specify it? And that's the way that you do it. You place this constant undue emphasis, pose it as an absolute, etc. You're only getting to chapter 1 with this page. I can do better, like I'm trying to prove myself. So here we go, dude. Here we go. I just don't even give a shit. Now he's gonna find out. He's gonna find out, like, what the fuck she did with the guy, but maybe he won't care. But I at least want that to be a fight that happens. Okay, we want to see more fights and relationship drama. We don't want to see this shit. Even though I've been complaining about how stupid she's been being the whole time still. The other guy's getting married anyway, so... After the first date, you're already saying that? He's getting too clingy. Who are you, Ted Mosby from How I Met Your Mother? At least give him something. See, she gives him nothing. She's such a fucking bitch. Like, you don't have to say I love you back, but you just say I should get inside. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're so fucking annoying, dude. Like when Ted says to Robin, I love you on the first date, but that was actually the first date. They haven't really met. He's a little too clingy and desperate. Oh yeah, that really shows you changed. You never had tattoos before, but now you do. You're a vegetarian. Looks like you ate plenty of meat back in your day, if you know what I mean. Yeah, even this is like the playing hard to get bullshit. I like his friends. They sometimes have some pretty funny lines. Or the parents are trying to that is what she had wanted to do at the beginning here, but she must have had a reason for not doing it. So she just wants to do it just like that. So that's why she was into law, I guess, because her dad is into it as well. I want to see more like why she wasn't talking to the parents. Right, we haven't really seen that. Not that I really like the parents, but they haven't done anything that bad aside from trying to gaslight her a little bit about the fact of about the fact of being able to pretend like nothing happened and just take advantage of her traumatic brain injury to try to get back in her graces or some shit. So somehow it's getting turned into them falling in love and getting married again or something, but there doesn't seem to be much of the movie left, so how can this be? Part 2, from the vow to the marriage, or how fitting to, that this is taking place at a wedding. Yeah, he worked really fucking hard this whole movie for her, and I don't really think she's worth it. Now, if she looked like Allison Williams, then we can have a conversation about it, but still, I would still think twice. Or you know what sometimes happens is there's like this celebrity romanticization effect where you're able to romanticization, like where, oh, it's a celebrity, so you think they're more attractive because of that, but you see attractive people every day just walking around, so you only think they're more attractive because they're in a movie or something, right? Or they're celebrities, or they have special makeup and lighting. What makes you think he wants a way out of it? Wouldn't divorcing her cause more problem? Based on her own judgment, you're not, because you don't know what's best for her. Well, maybe she wouldn't have it, though. She wouldn't talk to him either, so... Right, it could be one-sided that way, too. You can see she's such a bitch, so I wouldn't blame her or be surprised at that. Right, she just ignores you, ghosts you. At least he's being honest. That's not the worst thing you can say. Is you just woke up in a panic. I like this guy's honesty, though. He's like, yeah, I do kind of like this. Now, this could either win you points or it could make you look bad. And it's quite possible, she would think, oh, he found out that we kissed or something, which, again, always hold it against a guy, never hold it against a girl, apparently. How is this going to resolve? I think, I try not to look at the timestamp, but I feel like it's almost over, so what's going to happen? Or now we'll magically come back. You're doing a good job of hurting him nonetheless, whether you're trying to or not. But I like how he'll just believe the guy saying that. But no, isn't that a weird standard? Like, you never hold it against the woman for cheating on you, but you hold it against the guy, apparently, like, beat him up. Why not break up with her because she did that? Gonna maybe make the move now finally, or what? It could just end like this. End on a sad note. With somebody else, though, right? Is it really gonna end like that or something? I don't get it. She's been a bitch the whole thing, and she's put forward no effort. So if you're going to be a lazy bitch, why should I care? And that doesn't mean it's even bad based on that. I just find it funny. Like, she's so like her whole, if you look at her whole performance and whole writing, wait, is that actually how it ends? I shouldn't be so peevish about like the time. I'm assuming it's close to the end because it wasn't that long of a movie. But she'll come back and she'll somehow... They gotta end up together just based on the writing, but I almost don't want them to because she's a bitch, and I almost don't want to... She has like no redeeming factor here. Like, she's just a bitch, and then she'll still be a bitch even after. Or maybe they'll end up together here. But we haven't seen enough of this girl for that to be substantial. The girl that he works with. Yeah, you want to see that bitch, like, alone and sad and everything. Because you get to... whatever. Like, she deserves to be punished for her shit behavior. It was literally the soup Nazi. She just said it to get you to shut up about the stupid-ass soup Nazi wannabe. Just 2 weeks. You should have taken her on a couple more dates than this. Yeah, you're not going to be as novel as 500 Days of Summer, which actually had a really good ending. How he ends up not being with her, Zooey Deschanel. She ends up with somebody else, and then, you know, he just meets some random girl. So, like, it doesn't actually end in the storybook way that you might think. Cliche. Not saying you have to be different just for the sake of being different, but what kind of ending would it be if maybe he could have ended up with that girl instead, the studio girl, but that doesn't really add a whole lot to the story either. Okay, we already know what's going to happen. The second half was a little bit weaker, but it wasn't really that bad of a movie. So if I was to rate it, it'd be like maybe a C or something. Maybe a C or a D. I think it'll give a solid middle grade, like C, depending on how it ends. I didn't hate it. Or this, like, the divorce. I'm assuming I can't really rate it. That way you have to do the thing. You don't have to pay the insurance bills or some shit, because you are living in the United States. But she's going to surprise him and propose, and they're going to get back together once, finally. But when she's made no effort this whole time, it's kind of a red flag thing. Like, if you're going to be this much of a toxic bitch, why don't people get the hint the first time? They're just that desperate. Like, Rachel and Ross would probably break up again after the finale of the show because they're just toxic, and Robin and Ted will break up again because of the toxic nature of the relationship. Or this will be the trauma that she was blocking out that she triggered. This will bring back all her memories. That's kind of lame, though. So her friend cheated with her dad. But then why would you hold that against the mom? And she doesn't know that she lost her memory. Wait, so that means that her husband didn't know, I guess. Right, because he would have said something. Even he didn't know why. Or that was maybe that was her real mom? Or wait. She's too young. I don't get it. What is the thing that she... But then why is that the mom's fault? How could you say with them victim blaming? We have that in common. Oh, I did it for you, trying to make her feel guilty. That it's worth it to be cheated on because, that's for family. What a great logic. I let myself get cheated on for the sake of my kids. I'm a genius. Her acting's pretty good, the mom, but... Yeah, one thing he did wrong, but it's kind of a major thing, don't you think? Now, this might be an analogy to the husband, like, I chose to forgive him. But forgive him for what? He didn't even do anything. Leo did nothing wrong, which he really didn't. I mean, we've seen a sort of an idyllic portrait of him. Not saying he's perfect, not saying he's rich. So now you'll use that to say that, but fuck you. This is how I want the movie to end, which it's about to right now. Leo says, fuck you, bitch. I don't want to be with you. Fuck you, I don't want anything to do with you. You're a bitch. That's what I want him to say, and the movie ends. How about that? You already got divorced, didn't you? So you'll... This is the relationship drama we came for. I like how much I hated her character, actually. I fucking hated her the whole movie. Holy shit. Fuck this bitch, dude. Wait, he knew and he still didn't even say anything. Why not? I thought he genuinely didn't know somehow. But she probably would have told him, obviously. But see, I get it. It makes him look good because he didn't want to use it to his advantage to manipulate that situation. But for them to say it is different. So that was a noble thing for you not to say it because it could have been used to your advantage to make the parents look bad and her choose you. But it's bad for the parents not to say it because they're admitting their own wrongdoing. Although, again, I don't really feel bad. I don't feel like you should ignore the mom because of that. I almost thought it wasn't going to end this way, but... Or is she going to actually go to law school? just upload whatever you want to YouTube and you'll never get copyright striked unless you're a big channel. Ha ha. I just solved copyright law. So what is the point? How does this end? Are they going to get back together, these two? But you already kissed him and gave him mixed signals. But the old you hated him, so... She also... Oh, so now you get broken up for the second time, even without being together in the first place. Let's go where, though? I'm actually kind of confused. Like, what the fuck is it trying to do? The dad's a good actor. I forget his name, but he's been in a lot of things. You deserve it too. Except for lying and cheating on the girl. And you can still go to law school. You don't have to be close with the parents. You know, that has nothing to do with it. Go become a sculptor again or something. Oh, so she does reconcile with the parents. So are you together again or what? I don't even get it. We didn't get the proper reconciliation of that. They'd be stupid if they ended up together, though, because they didn't give us a proper thing. I don't get it. I don't get what the point of... So you end up alone. Yeah, let's get her in another car crash so she regains her memories this time. Or that's the cafe thing that you proposed on. Or now this kept getting worse the longer it went on. Like, I was expecting it to just end. So now the vow is going to convince her to get back with him. She found that line funny when she saw it on the video or something. The red velvet cake thing. Or that'll jog her memory, I guess. So why exactly did they write it on menus anyway? That's some sort of inside joke that they have, but... Okay, this went on a little bit long. So my opinion is souring a bit. I just don't even buy it, though. Like, I'm not convinced now if they get together. It wasn't convincing. Why would they just suddenly do it now when they just had no chemistry recently? Or in the whole story, really, since they... Oh, it's at least been a while. Time skip. Why do you need to be at the Institute? I thought you were already working on... So are you going to get back together now, randomly? I still don't want you to. But you made it wait 6 months for this shit? I'd be pretty pissed about... Or that's the confirmation that she knew based on the vow. This is like so much effort to go through for the same thing. That's good. It's good for you to be alone. I want you to be like, I get why he's saying it, but that just sounds weird. Okay, I might have to give it a D because the ending was a little bit weak. And it ends on a snowy street, and guess what happens? They both get hit by a car again. Watch for the fucking shitty plow drivers. Okay, the ending was weak. The ending was pretty weak and unconvincing. Why is that a good ending? Why? Because, like, she just randomly suddenly decides to come back with you, even though there's no real reason to. The couple who inspired this film are happily married today and have 2 children. She never regained her memory. But was it really that exact, like where she remembered some things and not others, like from a certain cutoff point time-wise? I feel like it wouldn't have worked quite that perfectly, but either way, I don't care whether it's based on a true story. I just didn't like it. It was just dumb. Like, you know, the president, whatever. There were certain good things about it. The longer it went on, the more I was just like, I expect it to end. I want it to end. It doesn't have to end on a cliche. So again, whether it's based on a true story, I couldn't give less of a shit. I didn't really like it. I'll give it actually a D because it started off decent. The first half was actually engaging. There's a certain effect that I was looking for with this that I think I mentioned, like the Fatal Attraction effect. If you look at Fatal Attraction, the ending of that is also not very good, like the monster in the house, almost like she comes to try to kill them and everything. But what I don't agree with is the fact that, or what I do like about it, despite not liking the ending and stuff, or even like large parts of the second half, is it is pretty engaging and immersive from the perspective that, how can I explain it? Like, just, you kind of believe the characters, whether it be because of the dialogue or the performances. It all feels kind of, you know, they take it seriously, they play it straight, they're not winking at the camera, they're not like over the top or anything like that. And so now you have, you have this situation to really appreciate it on that level, because you have whatever. So it wasn't really that good, but why is it so hard to just find something that it kind of gave me a little bit of what I was looking for, but not enough, really? Right, so I'm going to watch a soap opera or some shit it's some sort of relationship drama type thing that I was craving. So what else could I watch? I mean, I watched episode 1 of American Horror Story, and I'm not even saying I don't want to watch more of that, but I'm just kind of trying to watch a variety of stuff. I almost wanted to watch Woody Allen's Interiors, but I guess I'll be stuck on Hulu for now, so I'll wait a little bit. And so basically you're in a position to, I don't know, like we went from horror to now, whatever, romance drama type stuff. It didn't have like any real funny moments in it either, with respect to, you know, balancing the genre. And Channing Tatum's delivery is kind of a little bit cold, where he's just very, very dry, monotone most of the time, which works sometimes, but you can't be like that all the time. And then she was kind of just a bitch the whole time. Like, I'm not even happy for them at the end. I'm almost sad for him, and I'm almost just disappointed and annoyed. It'd be interesting to see, like, what was really changed from the real story to that. Right, like, I doubt it would have been exactly like that, but... Or, you know, worst case, you could just use that as an excuse. Like, you could pretend that your memories don't come back just so you can cheat on the guy and get away with it. Right, like, I wouldn't put it past someone like that, or just in general. Right, like, you lose your memory, but then you get it back. But you pretend like you don't get it back, or all the way, or whatever, so that, oh, I end up with Jeremy, and if he seems okay now, that we get divorced, or whatever, it's just a good excuse to break up with the guy. It didn't really even feel romantic, or like they had any chemistry, like, at the end. It could have worked if they built it up better, but she was a bitch the whole movie, 75% of the way, even to the very end, like 99%. She was so confused, she wasn't sure what she was doing. And that law school got punked, man. Like, you go there, then you leave, then you go there again, you leave again, like, you leave there twice. So he cheats on her with with one of her friends, the dad, so that was the big twist. But I love two of these standards. On one hand, you hold it against the mom that she got cheated on. Maybe that she stayed with him, I guess, but still, she's still kind of the victim in that. So why is she mad at the mom for getting cheated on? And then the second thing is, why are you mad at the guy? Like Jeremy, right, the ex. Why are you mad at him but not mad at her for kissing him in the first place? So you have this kind of selective accountability where, you know, no, this is like a new standard. Losing your short-term memory or losing your recent memories is not a good excuse to cheat on somebody. It's not a good excuse to, you know, just kiss the guy and do all that. Like, that has nothing to do with it, because... You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you don't love your husband or you don't want to give that a chance, but it's another thing if you, and I get it, it feels like a pressure, like maybe you really don't care about him anymore, which happens even without losing your memory sometimes, but imagine if you know, it's just all pressure, so you don't want to feel like, oh, you have to do it just because you were already married, right? You don't want that to be the reason, but that's kind of how people think anyway. There's a sense of permanence to it, like, oh, you know, that's the whole reason why people get married in the first place, is to create this sort of ritualistic thing that, oh, you have to keep, you know, insisting upon it. I have to say I love you every day, as if to remind ourselves, because otherwise it wouldn't have value, right? Like, it should go without saying if it's such an absolute. But of course, it's not an absolute, it's just one that you're sort of contriving just to say, you know, just to basically put it in the context that to bypass cognitive dissonance and sort of, you know, make you specify it in such a way that you say, well, okay, so today I don't even know what I wanted to watch, so instead I said, okay, let me try to do something I did in the past. It's almost like a creative technique where you're like writing a short story or something, and you do like a character outline, and so almost like RPing in the, like role-playing in the character's shoes, and so you were kind of talking along their whole thought process and stuff. So let me think of like what a good premise is here. this is a premise of a character who, let's say they were reborn, or this is one that I wrote extensively actually, but that's fine. This is, let's say you're reborn and reincarnated onto Earth. I'm trying to think of like what is a story that's really like this. There might not be exactly. There probably is something vaguely similar. So it's like a character who's reborn, let's say on Earth as a human, right? Who's just kind of ordinary. They have no special powers or anything. In this current state, they're just a normal human being, but they have been reincarnated, or at least believe themselves to be reincarnated from this very powerful being that they used to be on another planet completely. And so what it would do is it would sort of rehash slowly, not even rehash, because this would all be fresh material, or it could be tied to another universe that you have. But what it does is it puts you in a position where, how can I explain it? It's actually kind of complicated. So there's this character, right? And so they seem like a normal human being on the surface, and you could toy around with this whole thing, like, they view everyday ordinary life, they're kind of an outcast or something, and they view ordinary life as sort of as a pain or mundane or somehow, like a lowly station that they're in, but not for some worldly reason, but because they believe, or they actually are, and that could be flirted with throughout the story, whether that's true or not. That could be the twist at the end, like, it's not actually, they are actually, or they aren't, and so you're leading the audience to believe almost that they aren't, and maybe they're just crazy. And so he goes through a lot of different elements. It's almost like you go through the 7 deadly sins, like, back when I used to be this superior being, let's come up with a name, on this superior planet, in this superior civilization, we dealt with these enemies that, basically these godlike figures. And so the one that represented lust and sex and all that, the stimuli acme even, I would literally use this in this context, right, where all these terms come from. You could pretend, right, like, this is just a term I use in debates and stuff, and whatever, I came up with my own terms for different processes and problems that society might have. But you could go back and say, oh, this is where it all comes from. So it's like, on one hand, you can look at them, they're sort of delusional, but on the other hand, maybe there's so many layers to that interpretation. Like, maybe they're just delusional and crazy, maybe they're right, and it's actually true that they were reincarnated from this, maybe, and I mean, they would know, but you wouldn't know as the audience, right, whether they're being honest about it, or they would think they know, but what if they're just imagining it? And so the point is that you've been downgraded to this lowly station, and you feel like, let's try to almost make it in first person here, like, I've been downgraded to this lowly station, and almost as some sort of punishment. So I fought against these gods, or civilization fought against these godlike creatures, and this is their punishment, this is my punishment after I died, right? And again, you can slowly keep telling the story through flashbacks, or in this case, not even really through flashbacks, but through what you think happened, right? So you're kind of piecing stuff together. Maybe he is genuinely remembering some of it. Maybe, I'll try to even speak in first person, but it's kind of hard to do. Like, maybe I genuinely don't remember some of these things, or I would, piece it together slowly, or I would hold certain things back, obviously. So it basically, like, how would you portray yourself to society? Think of it almost like they live, right, where you're sort of the alien reincarnated, and everyone else is just clueless and has no idea what's going on, even though you're not really evil in your intention, but you feel like you're superior, and you maybe were actually, and you have all these concepts and ideas that could go in so many different directions, right? You could use the simple knowledge you have, even in your mortal form, where you don't have any special powers, and whether you did or not, even then, is besides the point. Like, just, you were part of a civilization that was just more advanced, and so you're kind of stunned and shocked every step of the way. How could the species be so primitive? How could you still abide by the stimuli acme? How could you still base your whole life around it? How could you still not understand all these basic logical razors that we took for granted, right? How could you not... So what you might come to realize is this is the whole lesson of the story. By the end, let's say some people realize what he's doing, or they call him crazy. Oh, this is crazy. All this stuff is made up. All these, godlike beings that you talk about fighting against or whatever, just existing in your time, this is all crazy, this is all made up. But what you'll realize is that what they discern from it, all the ideas and objective razors and logical things, right, that they discern from it might be very useful. And so what you're saying is this person, through this delusion potentially, discovered all these things about life and reached the potential of the human mind and all of this stuff, right, that could be very useful and positive and enlightening to people, but instead they focus on, oh, he's just crazy and he's coming up with through all these things. So you can analogize that to religion, like God-like figures in the real world, like everybody who ever wrote about or spoke about a God originally or even now. You're using the God as sort of a placeholder for your infinite human brain and potential, all these different morals and ideas and concepts and, again, philosophies and logical razors, all of that you're capable of thinking regardless. So that would be the stark realization, like, even if all of his basis is made up, the outcome of it is still potentially very useful to you. And again, it could go in a lot of different directions, right? This is like a character template. So they can become very wealthy because they manipulate people and they realize how easy and stupid they are to take advantage of. And so therefore, using all the intelligence and techniques and, you know, everything that they had from their past life, they could do that. Or they could become prominent in business. They could become a spiritual leader. They could become a president. They could potentially become a killer and a psycho and a, you know, murderer and try to wipe people out and take over the world. Or they could try to... they could struggle with dealing with the contrivance response of society. Like, even though they are so capable or believe themselves to be, they are reduced in two senses. One, in the physical form of this mere human being, but number two, even in society, like, everything is sort of very limited, very structured, and you have to go through certain you have to, what do they call it, like, you have to go through all these loopholes or all these kind of procedures to do the most basic things, so you realize you're not really in your inherent state, even as this lesser being. You're this lesser being that's also been reduced to a lesser state, even of its own potential, right? So this human mind gets extrapolated on, like, all of these things he does, even if come from a different place, they are still possible within the human mind. And so therefore it becomes less a question thematically of whether what he's telling is the truth or not, but the value. And this kind of puts fiction on its face. Like, even as you're writing this, you would understand the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not what I'm writing. It matters what you can take out of it and apply in the real world, or what lessons and insights you can learn. So in the same literal sense, in the world that they live in presently, after, again, supposedly being reincarnated, what they could realize is, okay, what you have is a simple ability to realize that it's not about whether it's true or not. It's about what value and what truth there is in what they're saying. And so going back to, like, sort of these godlike beings, I don't want to tell, like, the whole story that I would necessarily have for this guy, but let's just look at it from my, again, the first person perspective. Let me just try to give an example of it. So, for example, how could these lowly people still worship as if it is a god for them? This stimuli acme, this pleasure, this zero-sum hedonism, just because it feels good, just because it's nature's way of inspiring you to reproduce, that you see in animals both on that planet and this one. Or let's try to not even say it like that. Let's try to say it from this character's perspective, but as if they were, well, it wouldn't matter, because a lot of this they would be doing in their head, but let's focus on the sexual element. Like, they still worship this and base their whole life around this and mistake this for kind of meaning in their life. So you would have all this insight that is almost inexplicable, right? Like, how come people can't, it's inexplicable on one of two levels. How come they simply can't see what is so obvious, and how come about their nature and tendencies and, you know, zero-sum processes, but how come you can see it so easily too? So the only way to really explain it would be, you must be some being from another planet or something, right, to have this experience, because how does it come to you so easily? And what you might realize is it's just a person being objective and looking at something from an inherent base level, right? So the whole debate format would be very much within line off that. A lot of these concepts, like, where did I come from? And I must be from a different planet. But obviously, you're framing it within the story that a lot of this stuff, if presented correctly, could change the whole world and how people think. And a lot of it could also be construed, if presented incorrectly, as, oh, you're just crazy. And so it could go in vastly different directions. So they could go around killing people and have this whole disappointment, like you're almost not even worth killing. You're not even worth the trouble. You're not even... So it would be like some sort of a spiteful, looking down on people, but even looking down on yourself. It's this, I forget what the word for that is, like this hatred for human beings overall. So it's not that you feel like you're above them. You feel like everybody is just lowly, period, but at least you're aware of it, right? So you're aware that you're lowly. Everyone else is just, even more lowly, because they not only don't realize that, but they actively almost take pride in it, or they sort of embrace it and enjoy it and sort of glorify it. And every step of the way, they're sort of, indulging in their sort of lesser nature, whereas at least you're hating it and you're kind of, you're sort of acting like... One way that science would be objective in this way is like, when you get something good to happen, oh, that's just hormones. That's not love. That's just hormones. That's not really you accomplishing something. It's just a dopamine rush. That's not really a meaningful experience in your life. It's just this zero-sum process that you have. So if you understood science on that level, which honestly in the modern world we kind of already do, right? We could explain every experience as a process. So if you understood the nature of the process, it's one of two things. You could say, well, it still doesn't stop you from practicing the process. You can still do it and you can still enjoy it. But number two is, if people are made aware acutely as they experience it, then here, like, I'll come up with two quotes that are very intrinsic to this in a second. But if, like, for example, if people truly valued their lives, they wouldn't drink and smoke. So you can discredit their whole half-assed state of being by saying that. Like, they drink and they smoke and they do all these things. So this shows you they don't even truly value or understand their lives on a base level. But on the secondary point, like, you understand, or you could understand at least, all these processes that you operate under. So it's like, if you were to tell it bold-faced, right, like, why do people condemn intelligence? Like, oh, you're a nerd, or, oh, don't think too much, don't overthink, ignorance is bliss, and sort of, just go with the flow, and you only live once, and all these kind of things, right? And this idea that you would basically be in a position to, I should have probably written this into a full thing, but I kind of almost did, but I just never, I'm looking at it more as a premise, like, pretend this is what you were doing. And so people discredit their measure by saying, okay, let's say that this person was crazy, right? And everything they're saying and they're looking down on people is not justified, but then how come they drink and smoke? That almost validates it. That almost kills their credibility, that clearly they don't value their own lives. So how else would you explain that? They're reducing their own zero-sum, length of their existence. Or, so that's number one. Number one is that they drink, they smoke, etc. Number two is that they condemn certain things that would be objectively positive, like, oh, you're a nerd for being smart, or you're somehow you're an overthinker. That's a bad thing. Thinking is a bad thing. We want to kind of distract ourselves. Folly, favoritism, like entertainment and escapism. That would be the term they would use for it. So I'm sort of taking these concepts and turning them into into these things that this character is using as a way to illuminate all these things that you would take for granted. So whether people are aware of them or not becomes the key point. Like, if people are made acutely aware of something, they'll become uncomfortable of a process and how it works, whether during the time or at any time. So it's possible for you to be aware of it, but you just choose not to be, or you bury it under contrivances like, oh no, it's actually love, instead of, oh, just this basic natural process to try to get me to reproduce, because that's nature's way of doing it. Even with animals, we observe that in nature. So we're aware of the process, but we either ignore it, or we deny it, or we subvert it, or we bury it in contrivances that say it's something else or more, that is based within the human ego, such that we would realize that when an animal does it, they're just reproducing. But when we do it, it's love, right? You can see the hypocrisy right there. You wouldn't see that, we are just an animal too, with slightly greater self-awareness, or we are just an animal too, who's just, practicing the zero-sum process set in nature. It's not even a free will issue, like, it's an awareness. On one hand, you can say, you're only doing it because that's what your nature and tendency is to do. But not only are you not practicing you're less free than an animal, because at least an animal practices it in their inherent true self, and they have no other option. You have the option, but then instead of doing it, or doing it fully, you inhibit it and sort of control it and restrict it just because of two things, or you use the prop of one to justify the other state. So you say, it's actually not. You appeal to the ego to control basic processes that otherwise would be inherent man, basically, the inherent state of a human being. So you say, normally you would just try to have sex with everybody indiscriminately because that's just your natural tendency. So at least that would be a more free, uninhibited state of being. But you say, how do we control people? How do we get them to abide by sort of a half-mast structure that would work better as far as the society? And what you would say is, you would say that it's not because society wants to restrict you and control you and it works better for a family system and all this. You would say, no, it's love and it's some higher measure. So whenever you hear of a higher measure, you're actually bypassing the cognitive dissonance a person would have to say, no, our innate natural tendency would be, I just want to do whatever I want, or I just want to have sex with everybody indiscriminately, and that would be your natural tendency, and that might be how animals are, or even if they do it, it's a more sort of functional sense that they feel they have to, or it's useful or necessary for them within a nearness postulate, etc. So what you have here is the simple realization that you would be reduced to a state where you're not even an animal, because you're an animal that doesn't realize they're an animal and that pretends to be something more than an animal just to control and subvert their inherent tendencies. So you're neither freely practicing them, nor are you aware of their true nature. What you're doing is you're putting them on a pedestal, but not because they actually are, but so you can subvert and control them. So you say, you have to do this in this exact way, like having sex or pursuing relationships. You have to do it in this exact restricted way because, it's a higher process and a higher measure, not because, again, it's almost like you can't handle it. So because you can't handle it the way the animals can handle it, you instead turn it into something else to restrict it more. And then beyond that, you also are able to feed into the egotism that, everything the human being does is somehow higher, elevated, greater, even though it's actually lesser, because again, you have the potential to be aware of it, right, because you're self-aware and you have the human mind, but not only are you not practicing it like animals do, again, you're sort of, you're practicing it in a lesser state than what they do, right, but you're not even aware of it. So you have the potential to be aware. They don't. So you can't blame them for just having sex because, that's what nature tells them to do, basically, and makes it pleasurable so they reproduce. You can't blame them for doing that, but you can blame yourself for doing that, and you can blame yourself further for not being aware of that, and you can blame yourself even further for having the potential to be aware of that, which they don't have. So again, you reduce yourself to a lesser state than even that, because there's one of two things. Either you would just do it uninhibitedly because you have no choice and you don't know any better, and you can't because you don't have the mental capacity to do it, so you would just do it blindly like animals do. Or you would, if you do have the awareness, then you would realize the nature of the process, and again, you either wouldn't inhibit it or you wouldn't glorify it to some other greater degree. You would just practice it kind of fully uninhibited, inherent man, etc., right, with no restriction, no restraint, etc., again, you acknowledge this is a natural process, hedonism, etc., and you would just do it. But if you do have self-awareness, or you are insisting upon that, then the awareness of it would not glorify it. You would realize that it's simply something you would do then for the need. We'll do it just to have kids, just to, prolong our existence that we don't even understand. But you would not try to turn it into something else above and beyond. And the reason why you wouldn't do that is because you would realize the nature of the process, that this is the same way it works, for example, in nature. So you would not put it above the basic natural process that it is. It's simply a zero-sum procreation, again, pleasurable to inspire reproduction, etc. So that would be the way to look at it. Okay, that's maybe a little harder to do than I think, and I'm kind of having to talk faster than whatever, but that's the premise. So that would be his perspective on this character's perspective on the... See, this makes you question the very existence of fiction, too. Why even bury it within that? Why not just state these things on a basic level? But it makes people accept them easier when you sort of drape it in the flag of the cloak of folly, favoritism, and escapism. Like, oh, we'll pay attention to all these ideas only if you put it in a fictional sense, right? And we use it to distract from our own life, rather than if you state it directly, oh, it's kind of... it seems a little bit outlandish, or we wouldn't care about it as much, or something like that. So it's very strange that you have to do that, but you have to kind of use fiction to do one of two things. You either bypass censorship if it's something that the government wouldn't want you to say or think or do, right? But in this case, you're kind of bypassing the censorship from society, that, oh, that's not an acceptable thing to say, so, oh, I'm not really saying it. This character is saying it within fiction. So you use it to bypass, again, either an authoritarian government that doesn't want you to say or think certain things that might be a threat to its rule, or again, here, the things that society would consider cognitive dissonance to the individual, that, oh, it would be too much for you to handle. So instead, oh no, it's not for real. We're not really circumventing and undermining the whole existence of society and realizing the farce that it is with all these things that you have to bypass on a daily basis of cognitive dissonance. Let me play into that cognitive dissonance distraction by saying, oh no, we'll give you this nice little book to read with this fictional little character, and they're totally not circumventing the entire existence of society and everything you do on a daily basis and exposing your cognitive dissonance that you have to bypass by reading works such as this very one that we're, hypothetically making to contain all these ideas. Oh no, it's clearly just... is clearly just one example of that with no other deeper meaning. And sadly, that's what it ends up turning into anyway, because since they don't take it that way in the literal sense, it does become sort of escapism and folly favoritism, because what you do is you realize that they won't fully take the message from it, and if they did, there would be no need to wrap it up in fiction. And so what you realize is that they basically end up using it just to distract themselves and get entertained by it, and might extract a little bit of value from it, just a little bit, right, just by sheer accident, like, oh, that was really a life-changing book, or that really made me think differently about the world. But that would be a very minor secondary effect, almost a byproduct of the desire to instead distract themselves and get immersed in fiction for that reason, because otherwise, what purpose does fiction serve? It's just a way to distract yourself and doesn't add or serve a purpose in your life at all. So it's just like empty calories. You could just stare at a wall. It's not enriching your mind. It's not changing your life, right? But it might, by sheer accident, despite the nature of the process. But in a direct sense, it's not actually doing anything for you. It's basically just it's just distracting you from your life. So whatever, that's good enough for now. But just to show that would be the in-depth way that this character would think. Think about a human being, that you would need to be an alien reincarnated, or at least believe you are, to justify using the human brain, not even to its fullest potential, like, even if you tried to, you couldn't, but to think all the time, fully, deeply, objectively, inherently, about every single thing all the time and never turn it off. Oh no, that would make you crazy. That would make you... like the character Lucky from Waiting for Godot, right, where he's thinking all the time, or when he has his hat on, or whatever. So, whatever, maybe we should watch some folly favoritism of our own. So these terms become sort of immortalized within this sort of thing, whether it's for the debate format, whether you're actually saying it on an actual sense, whether you're saying it within the context of, again, one of these fictional type of characters. That's what you would realize. You'd be stunned and shocked that, oh, how can they be such how can they have the capacity for such intelligence but still worship as a god the stimuli acme sexual nature? And how can they have this capacity for awareness that I'm displaying even right now, but yet they still practice things this way? Could it be that we had a crutch of technology that was greater than theirs, and we had gone to a machination process, meaning the net sum of technology available at the time? Could it be that, or could it be, just that technology would allow them to be more objective that way, and it sort of holds them back, that it's still not advanced as ours was? Or is it something else? But, they have this potential, but they choose not to use it. So it makes you unable to see the real objective inherent nature of something. And it bypasses a lot, whatever. That's good enough for now. It's kind of hard to do this, especially while driving. I'm going to have like a heat stroke and get in a crash by exerting myself mentally this much too. Because, oh no, you have to go into all this shit that... It's sad that I'm even doing it like this, because either I'm just too lazy, or I feel like it's not worth it, or I realize, again, that's what it would turn into if you did it in a basic sense. Like, oh, people would just use it as escapism, entertainment, right? Or people would just not really get the point, and you're kind of distracting and taking away from it by turning it into a piece of fiction, right, based around all this stuff. But that's an interesting way to justify it. So pretend that you are, or like in this moment, I am that character. So what would that do for you? What would that tell you? And it would completely subvert all subjective associations that you have, or something more basic, like it would subvert a lot of things that you normally do, because you just take them for granted. And then it's one last concept, like this bypassing the need to think about it. Like, the things that you believe most passionately are actually the ones that you think least about. Not because they go without saying and they're absolute, like, oh, because God said it, or because it's some sort of thing that you just take as though it goes without saying. The reason why it's treated like it goes without saying, like, again, God or morality and things like that, is because it doesn't go without saying. And so the only way to get people to believe it and actually practice it is to bypass that. So think about it this way. It's this sort of non-accountable false absolute that you treat as absolute and take for granted, not because it is that way, but because it isn't. So this is the opposite interpretation, that, like, the reason why you can't question God, for example, isn't because he's absolute and he actually is for real and is everything that people make him out to be. The reason why you can't question him is because if you do, it would invalidate it. So it's a false form of absolute state where it requires you to not hold it accountable. Don't hold it absolutely accountable. Just take it for granted and insist upon it, and sort of do these ritualistic things to bypass reason and to keep sort of reinforcing it. That's the issue, is that a true absolute wouldn't need you to do that for either reason. Like, it wouldn't need your acknowledgement, and it wouldn't make any difference even if you did. And then number two, it wouldn't invalidate it if you simply questioned it. The point here is that you have a case of being able to look at a supposed absolute, or an absolute standard. Again, let's just use God or belief systems or something like that, morality. Let's use that as an example. And what that shows you is that, again, the reason why people would believe it so passionately and fiercely, and the things that they believe the most passionately, would be something along the lines of something, not because it is absolute, but because it isn't, and because it's sort of dependent on. So it depends on you not thinking about it. So, for example, the reason why it's unquestionable isn't because it's absolute. It's unquestionable because if you question it, that would invalidate it right there. So it's unquestionable and absolute as a need, not as a reality. So, for example, it would be considered absolute, like, you can't question this. And so we just kind of, there was kind of a better way of putting it that I had before that I can't remember. Like, for example, you pose something as absolute and you take it for granted and you don't even ever think about it. And if you ask somebody, you say, oh, well, that's obvious. Why are you even asking that? That's stupid, right? It goes without saying. Right, they'd be offended even at the notion of it, because they insist upon it and emotionalize about it almost so much that, like, oh, you can't even question it. Why would you even question it? It just goes without saying. But then as soon as you do question it, you realize, oh, that's why I can't question it, because there is no actual basis. And so by that logic, anything could be absolute, because it requires a sort of closed, structured, contrived state where you're not allowed to question it. You have to consistently insist upon it. You have to keep reinforcing it. You have to stop yourself or anybody else from thinking about it objectively. So if you choose not to think about it objectively, then anything could be absolute, because you're going in sort of with blinders on and not actually giving it the basic consideration that you would to everyday things, or the basic consideration that you would give to, or the absolute consideration that you would give to it, since it's being posed as a false absolute. So that would be the whole point, is that you get to you would get to look at it like, if it is absolute, you should be able to question it as much as you want, and you should hold up to that. And if you can't question it, then that bypasses the need, or bypasses the whole point of it being absolute, because then you could do that with anything. Okay, just take it for granted and don't ever question or think about it. So you'll realize, again, the point being that the things that people hold most fiercely as a belief, right, and believe most strongly and insist upon most, are the things that are actually least foundational, because something else you'd say, okay, there's logic and reason to it, but it has its limits, but we believe it for like a zero-sum functional sense because it's useful to us. But instead here you would say it's maybe not useful to you, but you believe it anyway, and bypass cognitive dissonance and reason. And the reason why you do that is because, oh, well, even though it's not useful to us and even is detrimental to us, we somehow are forced to believe it because it's beneficial to somebody else, or it addresses some existential need that we have, or it allows us to be reduced to a lesser state in society, like where we can be controlled instead of just acting inherently fully. And so therefore, society can reduce you to a half-mast state where you're not your full inherent self with all those tendencies. They can kind of control and restrict and limit them, and they can do that because you're not going to think about it, because you just take it for granted as an absolute without thinking about it. And the reason why you don't do that is because of the simple fact that you can't. Because if you did, it would invalidate it, and then therefore it would completely tear down sort of a social structure, etc., just by simply thinking about it, not by even making a claim about it, but by simply, again, holding it accountable, absolutely accountable. So just remember that when you think about, again, a belief system or anything that is held at such a high standard, it has this undue emphasis placed on it, not because it's actually justified and absolute, but because it has to be. It's a very hard concept to verbalize, because the thing that you take for granted the most is something that does not have a basis to it, and so therefore that's why you have to take it for granted. Again, not because it goes without saying, but because it needs to go without saying, because if you actually thought about it, it would break it down completely. And so therefore it's not a very sound process, because you could do that, again, arguably with literally anything. So anyway, we can turn into something else here, where we basically that is a little bit more exhausting than I thought it would be, but at least some of this we have. And again, when I go to upload these, they kind of just all mesh together, so it wouldn't even matter. But yeah, if you consider any amount of deep thought too much, people will say, oh, well, that's just crazy. Again, bypassing reason, that they wouldn't have any real substantive consideration. They would just dismiss it, or they would just use it as a way to reinforce that same state. And again, society would ostracize people like that, and it could lead to all sort of undesirable thought processes that society wouldn't vouch for. And so you can see how overwhelming it is. It's for one of two reasons: that it would be too difficult. So you'd rather just not think and let the thinking be done for you. But what's interesting with that is the fact that I can barely even talk because it's like too much. The reason why it would be condemned is because it's easier just not to think about it. But what's interesting is, in a functional zero-sum sense, people would do that. Like, they would basically, when it comes to your job or workplace or a functionalistic sense, you could analogize it almost to a government, right? You have total freedom to think and to discuss things when it comes to science, because that might help you come up with this new discovery that would help society. So, oh yeah, you're free to do that, but you're not free to think like that. So use basically like the scientific process, objectively, infinitely, full thought, full discussion. Use that to question the government. Oh no, or society, you can't do that, because they'd feel threatened by it. Or use that to talk about existential state of existence and reality. Oh, you can't do that. So if you apply the same amount of thought that you put into your work or into science to your actual life or other aspects of society and government, then it would fall apart very easily. So for example, if you ask as deeply about why you do something as you do about how you do it, that would completely turn it on its head. So you put in so much thought and effort and consideration into how can I best do this project at work, or how can I best do this practice of zero-sum function, right? How can I do it, rather than why do I do it in the first place? So if you think about why you do it in the first place that deeply as how you're doing it, it really exposes the flaw of the process, right? And you have to bypass it, and this is what emotionalism has a role in doing. This is actually super hard to... I think I've talked a lot more here than what I obviously normally do. This is basically just taking like vocal audio notes. But no, what I was saying is, what you would realize is, what was it? It's the simple fact that if you... God damn it, now I forgot. If you think that deeply about, again, the specifics of function, like how do we achieve this process, or how do we, again, break something down scientifically, if you apply that to every area of life, it would cause a lot of problems, especially society, especially social, emotional, family things, whatever, right? It would be very difficult to do that, and so a lot of it is just bypassing cognitive dissonance, etc., and so therefore you have a situation where... you have a situation where there was something actually I was going to say, and that's why I started the second part of the thing, but now I can't remember. You have, let me see. There would be sort of a stigma in society that, oh, you can't think like that or talk like that. So you realize that what you're able to think is at a higher level always, because it's infinite, objective, not reduced to the physical state, reactionary, overextended to a collective interest, like having to do with the other person. So you both reduce your infinite objective mind to a half-mast state to interact with one another. So you realize that the social state, what people talk about usually, is a lot lower than what you can either think or, again, talk about to yourself, quote unquote. Right? That was always associated historically, even sort of still now. If you talk to yourself, that's somehow crazy, but that's just called thinking. You're thinking all the time. But what most people don't do is they don't have a stream of consciousness or a self-awareness of it. Instead, they're like, everything is just, they're thinking, but they're not aware exactly of what they're thinking, right? That's the ultimate level of self-awareness that, again, as a human being, that's the whole defining trait, is your ability to think. So why would you shun or condemn or limit that? But somehow the social structure either does that, or that ends up being taken for granted, that you would just assume that you're not allowed to think very deeply about anything, everything, all the time, at least not fully, at least don't be aware of what you're thinking, just kind of think in a reactive sense. That's kind of what speech is. It's just your immediate reaction without putting any thought into it, which normally you say that's a bad thing, but somehow it's taken as almost a positive. It's glorified, like, oh, don't think too much, oh, just have fun with it, just whatever. But it ends up being the same process. It's just that one way you think about it and one way you don't. So why couldn't you do it this way? Why not think fully about something and then still do it anyway, but then, oh, that might invalidate it or might make it seem dumb, right? So for example, you could do that with any process. Like, if it's worth doing, then why not think about it? Even if you think, oh, it's just having fun, all that's doing is, okay, we're doing hedonism versus longevity process. Like, we want to live as long as possible, so we won't do this dangerous thing or something that hurts my health, like smoking or drinking. But if you enjoy it, then you're willing to subvert that. So again, it's just the simple nature of being aware of that process. Like, I'm choosing to deliberately lower my lifespan, hypothetically, just because it feels good to do this thing that will do that. Like, again, smoking or drinking. At least make that conscious acknowledgement instead of, oh no, 10 years later I realized, oh, I shouldn't have done that, but I just wasn't thinking about it. So there's this unwillingness to be puzzled as a core. That's not my term. Most of these actually are terms that I specifically have used, and even arguably created and used in that debate format, etc., over the years. But that one is not mine. That's just more an absurdist philosophical term. Like, people are often, in many things and in life, unwilling to be puzzled, so they'll always go with the first impression, right? That's why appearances are so important, because it's like, you don't have time. This is the sympathetic way to look at it, but you don't have time in your everyday life to consider that, oh, this guy looks like crazy, but oh no, he's actually just perfectly normal. There's a reason why he looks like that, and actually appearances are very deceiving, and etc., etc. You're not going to do that. You're just going to say, oh, he just looks crazy, and just move on. But what you'll realize is, all that does is it encourages like a superficial state where, oh, somebody who is crazy will just appear different, right? They'll just put on a charming face, and now you'll buy into that because it's the same basis. So you realize it's not a very credible or authentic basis to use, and the reason why is because it can be easily manipulated. And so if you're aware of that too, now you'll say, well, now I don't know what to trust. I can't trust anything. If I can't trust appearances, then what do I do? Right? That's why it's unwilling to be puzzled, because it's one of two things. Either you just go by the base surface level appearances, which you know are potentially inauthentic and can be easily manipulated, but you still trust them anyway, or you infinitely question and suspect everything. Then you'll never be at peace, because then you're always paranoid, like, well, they seem good on the surface, but they could just be putting on an act. And if you ignore that, well, let's just take them at their word, take them for granted at surface level. But then if you do that, then you're screwed too, because you'll come to find out later, oh, they were actually putting on an act. So now you'll question it. That's where the conflict of contrivance comes in. For example, oh, you know, I'm with this guy and then I end up breaking up, right? You're in a relationship with somebody and then you break up, or you trust somebody and you realize, oh, that's just the inherent human nature that comes out. But you won't really realize that. You'll say, oh, they were so nice and sweet, but you don't realize that they could just do that. Like, anybody can just be nice and sweet. So, and then any given minute they could not be nice or sweet. So it's the human variable, the idea that this is a lot, but see, this is the associative process I would use, like jump from one idea to another. Anybody within the human variable, like one moment you can be super sweet, and then the next moment you can be super mean. There is no real, and they'll call you bipolar with that, but no, like, anybody can just do that because you are self-aware and you have self-control, whether you realize it or not, right? That's where the willpower issue comes in. Like, you do have free will, but you have to be aware of it to do that. So if you really wanted to at any given moment, you could do anything you want, anything that you're physically capable of doing, at least. Like, so somebody, again, like, oh, this guy is all stoic and he's behaving all serious, and then all of a sudden he can just start acting like a total clown, right? Maybe performance art could show you that. Like, actors and actresses can do that. You can go from completely serious to completely, jovial in a few seconds. You can just choose to do that. People do have that level of control, but they often don't realize it. And so you end up in a position where most people aren't aware of that, or they operate on sort of an initial-minded basis. That's another term, initial-mindedness. Basically the idea that everything is just surface level, so you don't ever think or act any deeper about it. So it's just all like, whatever you see is that's all there is to it. You don't think about the larger process behind anything. That's another term, the larger process. So this is me like trying to force all of this too fast. Like, this isn't really the right way that I would normally do it, but I kind of feel the need to do this within, like, do it just so it's there, so then, if anybody else steals my term or takes credit for it, then I have it, at least it's on record that, oh no, I'm the one who said it first. But even though I already did, but again, people can be stupid like that where, oh, well, where's the video of it? and it's all kind of scattered throughout other shit that some of it I have, some of it I haven't, so you would just have to put it all together in one place. So not even that a term like larger process is that notable, but when you look behind it, like specifically I would use that to apply to certain things, like look at the larger process of everything or any given thing. And so what that does is it allows you to, if you look at the larger process of something, it allows you to basically put yourself in a position where you can see this is the expression I would use, you can see anything and everything, or you can see any one thing in every given thing, or you can see every single thing in anything. So for example, something like that. It's like you can look at any one thing in the world, like look at a piece of grass, and you can see the whole universe and everything in that. You can see God and the universe and all scientific processes and everything, because that same piece of grass gives you oxygen, without which you wouldn't be able to survive, and it relies on precipitation and condensation, and it allows countless millions of bugs to live, and it allows, all this different stuff to happen. And where did it come from? How tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't, what was it, like the Bill O'Reilly thing? Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. You can't explain that one piece of grass. Where did it come from? Oh, it came from the rain. It grew with the rain. But then where did the seeds come from? Where did the basis for it come from? Where did that process come from too? Like, why does it rain? Where did that water come from? So if you trace it back far enough, you'll realize, you can't really adequately, fully, completely explain anything back to its original source, because where did the original matter come from then, right? This is where God comes in everything. Where did anything come from? Where did space come from? Where did the universe come from? All leading back to that one blade of grass. So that's what you realize, is that by simply looking at anything deeply enough, you can find everything in any one thing, or you can find anything in every single thing. That's kind of the quote. Yeah, it's hard to even say it verbally. If you read it out, it makes more sense. You can find everything as one word in any single thing as, separate words. And then you can find any single thing or you can find anything as in anything in existence in every single thing, something like that. So for example, if you were to write it down on a piece of paper, again, you would say, you can find everything, as in the word everything, not everything, like two words, one word, everything. You can find everything in any given thing. So the first part meaning everything, you can find God in the universe and everything you can possibly imagine all collectively together, right? The larger process, basically, you can find that everything in any given thing, like a piece of grass. Like, how do you explain that? How do you, where did it come from? How does it grow? Why does it work like that? You could trace it back far enough. So any given thing, even as mundane and simple and small and minor as it seems, could make you think of that, and you could find that process in question in it. So by looking at a piece of grass, you're actually looking at everything in the whole universe, potentially, right? That's how you could look at it. Just the opposite way, too, you can find anything in any given thing, sort of, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. You can also find any single thing in everything. So as you think about, how would I exactly explain this? When you think about the larger process, you can also find every single specific thing within that. So for example, when you think about God, or when you think about, the universe or something like that, you realize that everything is sort of tied together. I had kind of a better way to put it. You can find anything in every single thing. For example, in that same blade of grass could be, somehow it could represent everything too. Like, the two ideas are tied together, but it's easier to explain, I guess, the one way. So, in the smallest blade of grass, you realize, every larger process is represented by that. The fact that it rains, the fact that there's water, the fact that that's necessary for life, the fact of where that water came from, where the planet that the water resides on comes from. So if you think deeply enough about it, you can find all of that in there. And then on the other side, if you look at everything, you look at a larger process like just the life in the universe and the world and God, you can also find every single specific thing in there, because again, without that process, you wouldn't have yourself. You wouldn't have the jeans that you wear. You wouldn't have the, the zipper. You wouldn't have your shirt. You wouldn't have your hair. I don't know how it sounds a little bit strange as you say it, but all of those things, every little insignificant thing, is also part of the whole. It's kind of like there's maybe a good way to represent that in Full Metal Alchemist. All is one and one is all, right? They kind of say similar things to this whole process that, again, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. Just, there's everything in every single thing, and there's every single thing in everything, or you can find any one thing in everything, or you can find anything in everything. Like, I don't know, this is almost more suited to write it down, and let's look at it that way. Like, writing something down is the same thing as thinking it, but it plays on the human memory that you can't remember everything. So that's the whole power of writing stuff down, is that you can save and conserve the idea forever, instead of having to stumble around it a little bit like I'm doing there. It's just, whatever, that's one idea. Then you have the infinite capacity, again, just for human thought, but the limited initial capacity for either, again, verbalizing it, or in any one moment, in any sort of social interaction, stuff like that. Everything gets reduced down pretty far, because you feel like, okay, so today I'm going to go over my little rewrite of Avatar 2: The Way of Water. And so in addition to just always reviewing movies, I sometimes have this habit of trying to be like a pseudo-editor, where like I'll take a scene or something I didn't like the ending of the episode, season 1, episode 5 of like The Sopranos. I didn't like how that ended, so I added a game theory ending. Or even like Harry Potter, where the ending of that, this is a good example. Like, again, I'm not saying I could write a better story than these or whatever, write the whole script, but I could always like kind of correct or fix or improve little certain aspects. I just have a certain tendency to have moments like that kind of bother me, and then I try to come up with a better alternative. So like at the end of Harry Potter, the movie, and I don't care what happens in the books, I don't care what other kind of retcon explanation you could give, but Harry is holding the stone in his pocket, right, against Quirrell, where Quirrell is standing like by the mirror and stuff. And basically the game theory explanation could be that, well, first of all, Dumbledore says, it was the power of love, and it's something to do with the parents, right? That the parents did something that we find out later on in the series and in the books, or something like that prevents Voldemort from killing him. That's fine, but in a vacuum, all you would have needed to say is, because Dumbledore already said earlier in the movie that the Philosopher's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone, has the ability to turn, copper to gold and like human flesh to dust. There's like some dubious line like that where he says it can turn, the lowest thing to something good, or something good to something bad. So he does mention that one line, which is like it has the power to turn human flesh to stone, or something like that, right? And so that would qualify it perfectly, that Harry's untapped magical talent, like we see at the beginning of the movie, where he's at the zoo and he accidentally opens one of the displays and he accidentally puts his brother in there. He's very magically talented innately, but he's not fully in control or aware of it. So sometimes he does things by accident. So that was great foreshadowing for what this moment could have been, but then it doesn't actually happen that way, where he's struggling against Quirrell and he's just trying to keep the stone away. He already has the stone in his possession. So he's not trying to use it. He doesn't even necessarily know how to use it, and again, he's not super aware of or in control of his innate magical abilities yet. But what happens is, again, he's touching the stone and he's trying to keep it away from Quirrell, and then he tries to push Quirrell away and touch his face, and then he starts to turn into ash and stone and shrivel away, right, Quirrell. And so the point is that implication is there, that like maybe Harry is doing it unintentionally, using the power of the stone to do that. So it wouldn't need to be the power of love. It wouldn't need to be some Deus Ex Machina. It wouldn't need to be, the parents did something. It could just be as simple as, well, he has the stone. The stone has already been mentioned that it can turn human flesh to stone or whatever. And so that tells you right there, Harry's doing that even if he doesn't know exactly or can't control it exactly. In a moment of panic or high emotion, like at the beginning with the zoo, he just kind of does something a little above and beyond, even if he's not fully aware of it. So that would have been the perfect way to end it. So again, he's holding the stone. The stone has all this power, specifically, as was mentioned, that it could potentially do that, even if that's something generally considered undesirable. In this situation, it worked out. So he's touching the stone and sort of transferring the power, using the power on Quirrell. again, in a moment of panic and high emotion, his innate magical abilities come out. So that's just one good example of what this is sort of about. So the other one that's kind of notable is the Sopranos season 1, episode 5, where, again, Tony's kind of stalking and sort of going back and forth with some other mafioso who's very capable and smart, who's sort of in hiding. And so they're both kind of after each other and stalking each other's movements, etc. And so I would have portrayed it like that guy's so capable that he's after that he ends up getting the one-up on Tony, and then Christopher comes to save him, and they had sort of set it up, right, where Chris makes the final thing. So, like, Tony, even at his best, doing the best that he can, just went up against somebody so capable that he couldn't help it. And so he gets one-upped, right? He's somehow trapped, held at gunpoint, and then Chris comes. He was already on the phone with Chris. They've had some bad blood already, back and forth arguing. So it would have been a good way for him to prove himself. And he was on the phone even saying, like, I'll come. And Tony says, you know, because he's, like, down wherever. I forget exactly what it is, but Tony's away taking his daughter to college, so Chris isn't there with him. And so he is even saying, I'll take a plane, I already booked a flight. And so Tony says, no, don't come, and then the conversation ends. But that left that thread hanging. So now you forget about that as the audience, and now you see, oh no, Tony's held at gunpoint, there's nobody here to save him. But then Chris shows up and says, well, I already booked the ticket, and like a badass one-liner, I didn't want to waste the money, whatever. But the point being that he would have had his back and saved him and come all the way, even against Tony's advice saying, don't come. I thought that would have been such a good moment. And the thing with these two moments is they're not really changing anything. Right, the outcome is still the same. It's just like a different person doing it, right, or a different explanation for it. So it doesn't come at the expense of anything. And so now let's get into the Avatar 2 rewrite. So my overall opinion of it was, again, I didn't think that it was necessarily bad. I just thought it was sort of mediocre and a little disappointing after all the anticipation from the first movie, one of the highest grossing movies of all time, et cetera, et cetera. They sort of shot the bar pretty low, and I think I know why, is that they're saving some of their best ideas and holding stuff back for the next 3 movies that they're already guaranteed to have made, right? They're already under production even as the second one was being made. So that I don't like. That they're sort of holding stuff back, and they're assuming just based on the reputation of the first movie and its success that people will watch this one just anyway, and it'll, you know, it's like a freebie, and now they'll come out in the third one and do something more impressive. So they were almost holding back and saving their best ideas for later, which I don't like. And in particular, rehashing and recycling Quaritch was a very bad idea, where they basically get to as soon as I saw that, I kind of rolled my eyes as I'm watching, that they're going to recycle a villain that wasn't even that, he wasn't a bad villain from the first movie, but there was no need to do that. Come up with a new, exciting, fresh villain, some other conflict. First of all, they were rehashing the conflict with the humans attacking, which we already saw that exact thing. That was the plot of the first movie. And then we already saw Quaritch, so they just kind of recycle him through some pseudoscience where he's able to take the form of a Na'vi as well. I just thought it was lazy and recycled. There was no need to do that. So here's my general rewrite, and it's only really going to focus on a few key elements, and mainly the ending. But there was this character towards the beginning. We'll use this as sort of the impetus for the whole scenario, right? There's this woman at the beginning who I don't even remember if she was in the first movie, but she started off kind of quirky and interesting. She always has a cup of coffee, and she's kind of giving people orders, right? This female general or character. So I thought, oh, maybe she's going to be the villain of this one, and she'll always have a cup of coffee around and whatever, right? Her tropes that she might have. But instead of that, it ends up being, oh, let's just release the Quaritch and his company, and literally, I mean, that's the most basic, banal way. They're just recycling everything. And again, assuming, oh, if the first one did so well, why don't we just do the same exact thing? That's really almost how they were thinking. So I would have had her or some other, again, original character be the villain. So let's just assume it was her, this quirky girl with the coffee who is like a little older and could be a general in her own right. And so she could have been someone who trained under Quaritch or was somehow friends with him or whatever. If you want the Quaritch connection, that would have been good enough. Like, she previously trained under him and is seeking revenge for him. That would have still been better than just, oh, Quaritch just coming back, right? So that's still, if you want that. If not, she could just be, again, another highly capable general, etc. So she could have a very cold disposition. She's always holding the coffee. She's always just very business-focused, serious, kind of monotone would be the characterizations with her, but also very smart, very capable. So mainly it's the ending that I'm thinking of. But there's a few things throughout the story, I guess, that you could say, like, they're going to introduce like the Fire Clan or something right in the third movie. Why not just introduce it here, even in a vague sense, just talk about it, have a couple lines of dialogue about it, even if it's not going to be the feature. See, this is them sort of, it's sad because they had a decade plus to write this, and they didn't think of the obvious things that even I'm thinking of on just a simple little editing rewrite. So you could have introduced them with a few lines of dialogue and just talk about, maybe the Fire Clan will help us deal with the humans. It's like, they never cared about anybody. They would gladly join up with the humans. Just have that dialogue so we have introduced them in the universe. We don't even know they exist, right? They've never been mentioned or anything. Or you could have actually gone to them for help and they refuse. That sets up something. You know these things are going to be happening further on, so why not just at least allude to them a little bit, have some dialogue, show something to do with them, etc. Just something, a little vague, short. You see them hunting some animals and you're like, we don't want to mess with them. We have enough on our plate with the humans to imply, that you have some negative feeling towards them and stuff like that. So that's number one. Number two is they sort of introduced this a little bit with Kiri, where she's sort of sensing something wrong with the planet, but I would have taken it a step further and like had some Lovecraftian old god type of voices in her head a little more and made it more like, the planet's dying, and sort of, they might even suggest something like that, but like where there's a bigger conflict at work, that's going to be the whole lifeblood, whether it be, again, you're foreshadowing or alluding to something from the next movies that they're going to be. So like, the real conflict isn't going to be, we're just going to be fighting the humans for all 5 of the movies, right? It's that, the planet's actually dying and we need some help with this. And then that sets up for the finale, the final movie in the series to, the humans actually help us save the planet. So something else bigger is happening that doesn't have anything to do with the humans, that the planet itself is rotting or corroding and she can somehow sense it. And they think she's crazy. And there's like some sort of Lovecraftian old god Cthulhu voice in her head too. So I would have pressed that point a little more. They sort of vaguely suggest something like that, but I would have set it up more clearly, like the planet's dying and this is more of a priority pressing, even if it's going to come into play later. This is a bigger threat than even the humans, and it has nothing to do with them. So now you have an overarching plot line and conflict for the rest of the series that you can't even figure out exactly how to deal with. Like, it's something naturally just occurring that is some old folklore legend that maybe hasn't been discussed, but they could be alluded to now. Like, there was this legend that one day, the world will end, or something happening in the core of the planet, whatever. It's rotting, it's eroding, whatever. So that would set up for the humans to potentially help you with that too, if they're going to join your side. And that's where I kind of made fun of Quaritch a bit. Like, they're trying to make him like literally he's Darth Vader or something, where he's going to be here for 3 movies now, because not only did they recycle him from the first movie to the second, but then they also have him survive at the end of this one too. So you've had 2 movies and he's still technically going. So he's going to be in 3 movies of a trilogy equivalent. That was like Darth Vader in the original Star Wars trilogy, where he's in obviously all 3: A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Like, he's not necessarily that substantial of a character. They're trying to make it that way, and he's probably going to change sides and stuff too. But so I would have set up those 2 things. Okay, the villain is going to be this coffee-clad girl, or at least it's going to be somebody else. Right, so you have a fresh new villain, even if there's some vague relation to Quaritch. And then you have, obviously, the planet's dying, rotting, and she's sensing that, and that sets up a bigger conflict, like, how are we going to solve this, right? And it's kind of a secondary thing, but it's bigger and longer scale that, again, can just be alluded to a little bit here and as a major conflict for the rest of the series, right? Writing it with the other movies in mind, or even if not, you could still set off that implication. So what we have here is now the ending scene that we're going to suss out, because we have, the planet dying and some sort of old god element. So what else did I want to say? Introduce the other clan, right? I'm just trying to mentally think, like, what else did I say? It's mainly the ending, though, that sort of struck me, that the ending was sort of disappointing. Not only does Quaritch not die, but it would set up for this scene that I'm about to lay out that kind of shows you how dark and brutal it is, but it feels kind of earned and deserved. Okay, so let's look at this ending scene here. So it's going to be the coffee penchant female general, who may or may not have worked for Quaritch, but let's just assume that, so if you want that connection for the series. So they're having the big battle at the end of the movie, like how they do on the ships. It doesn't have to be exactly the same scenario, but that's fine. And so what that does is now it's towards the end of the battle, and it seems like Jake and Naturi, they're together. I can never say her name exactly right, but they're together and they're sort of fighting stuff, and then all of a sudden this female general gets the upper hand and sneaks up on Jake and actually basically has him. She grabs him or incapacitates him somehow, and then very quickly, very coldly, like how she is so cold, and Naturi is watching, right, this happen. She just very coldly, with no hesitation, just beheads him and just kills him. And you might think, oh, that's crazy. So he actually dies. So the point here is that, and she says, as she does it, no goodbyes, as if to imply that she was never given the chance to say goodbye, right, very coldly, to Quaritch, her mentor that she looked up to, who trained her, etc. You didn't give me the chance to say goodbye, basically. So she says no goodbyes right in front of the wife and just chops his head off, and he dies. Now that seems a little dark and extreme, but it's actually consistent a little bit with the writing of the beginning of the movie and how this is all set up, because the children are introduced, and so by the end you could show it basically as a coming of age moment for the children, that Jake dies. And again, this is the second movie in a series of 5 movies, so he's already been the main character in 2 of them. It would actually feel kind of organic and really awesome if this had happened. I wasn't really expecting it, but this would have been daring and taking a risk, and it actually feels thematically consistent, because you're setting up at the beginning of the movie that, okay, you have these children now, so by the end of the movie, it's like a coming-of-age story for them, where one of them is going to take over your place, basically, take over your role, and be the next Jake, and basically the main character going forward for the next 3 movies. And again, they could die too or something later on, but whatever. At least immediately, right, that would be the implication. And so Jake actually just dies there, and again, it's after a long fight and everything, so the buildup is there. It's just like the way she would do it would be very cold and sudden. Like, she would get the upper hand and she wouldn't go on a big monologue. That comes next, actually, as she's like, rubbing it in the face of Naturi, where, oh, I killed Jake, and so we'll look at this in a second, but that would actually be good. So she says no goodbyes, as if I'm not going to give you time to even say goodbye, like how you didn't give it to me for Quaritch, etc., or for some of her other soldiers and stuff. And so Jake is dead, and then she has like Naturi pinned down, and she's kind of crying and sobbing. And so there's going to be another one-liner sort of moment, as you can kind of predict, but let me sort of build up to it a little bit. So now comes the monologue. She didn't do it for Jake, but she'll do it for her now, that she thinks she has the upper hand, and she's crying, right? She's just completely beside herself on the ground, kind of given up. And what also doesn't happen is one of the 2 kids doesn't die, right then. Instead, Jake is the one who dies, not one of the other 2 kids. So now she goes on a little monologue. You think you're so special. This is the coffee girl talking to Naturi, as she's very sad about the loss of Jake. You think you're so special. It's survival of the fittest, and you're nothing more than a failed evolutionary experiment, meaning all the Na'vi. Don't worry, I'll correct it. You are in touch with nature, or like, this is more offhanded. This is the only part that I wrote, just because it's like a whole monologue. Like, you people are in touch with nature, aren't you? This is nature telling you that humans are superior to you in every way. Like the fact that we've won this battle, the fact that I just killed Jake and I'm about to kill you. The warrior queen, or whatever you would want to call her, like her sort of title, this epic, badass warrior, is reduced to a mere whimpering mutt. She's saying all this to her face, talking shit as she's crying. Don't you get it? Your people are doomed, endangered, on the brink of extinction, as if to imply like they were already endangered before we even got here, or from the events of the first movie. No one is going to save you, not now, not ever. And then the other son, who I actually forget, one of the sons, who's going to be the main character taking Jake's place, like the older one, comes up from behind and gets her from behind, stabs her or whatever, right, grabs her and says, I will, right, or like, no one is here to save you, I am, like, I'm here to save you, basically. That would be his line. So no one is going to save you, not now, not ever. And then he comes up behind, hits her, incapacitates her, whatever, and says, I will. So to imply he'll be here to protect you and save your people in the future. That's the perfect way to set that up going forward for the rest of the series. Then now that she's like on the ground or something, the general, now Naturi will get over her sadness and brutally kill her off screen and behead her too. And she tries reaching for a walkie-talkie and she steps on it. And then she says the same thing, no goodbyes, and chops her head off too. And then you see sort of off screen that she's brutally hitting her even after she's dead, because she's so mad about losing Jake. So she's kind of being a little sadistic, and the son maybe stops her, comforts her, etc. So it sets up the coming of age element with the son, and it also, again, it feels more organic. Like, really, Jake actually does die, and, it's very brutal, very cold, very to the point. So, I don't know, I just kind of like that interpretation better, and imagine how hype and exciting that would be, even if it's a little dark and a little harsh. It's just, you're tying in every element where, again, the sons are getting the spotlight. You could say, that could happen later, and this is like too early in the series for it to happen. But I think it's actually perfect because you've had 2 movies where he's the main character already, so you don't need to push that any further. Now you transfer it very unexpectedly, but also very organically to one of the sons, and then they become the main character. Then who knows from there what's going to happen. I think that actually would have been perfect.